Good morning. We're on the record. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571HC of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577B of, of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting is being hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your names. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Silas Grant.
Mr. Silas Grant, present.
The board has 3 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 9 cases scheduled for today, this morning. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your camera and to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute, and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first order of business today Our first order of business today, it's a protest hearing status, case number 24, PRO 00076, and then I will also call case number 24, PRO 00075. Sahara Market, which is PRO 24 PRO 0076, license number 128674, and case number 24 PRO 00075, Sahara Market, whose license is 128673. Mr. Oriena, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Good morning. Edward Borrego, your ex has been elevated, and I do not see Jeff Jackson in attendance. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Do we have any idea whether or not Mr. Jackson or if the licensee will be here this morning?
No reply, Chairman.
I'll wait 2 more minutes. It's 10:43. I'll wait till 10:45.
Chairman, there are a couple call-in users. Oh, I do see Dr. Emmanuel.
For what case is that?
I'm not sure if Dr. Emmanuel is part of this case.
Yes, I'm here.
You're here for Sahara Market?
Yes, I'm the owner of Sahara Market. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right, hold on.
I
All right, hold
couldn't
on.
get in.
All right, hold on. Okay, hold on. Okay. All right, good morning, everyone. Okay, so the first case is 24 PRO 00076 Sahara Market, license number 128674. Dr. Orlando, can you
Yes.
please spell and state your name for the record and identify your relationship, sir?
Good morning, ABC board members. My name is Dr. Emmanuel Irono. I'm the sole owner of Sahara Market, and I'm here.
Just spell your name, sir.
Oh, Dr. Emmanuel Irono, Emmanuel. My last name, Irono, Iro Nancy O.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Borrego, Mr. Borrego, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Edward Borrego. It is spelled Edward. Last name Borrego.
Good morning, sir.
Morning. Thank you.
Good morning. All right, welcome everyone. This is a protest status hearing, and usually a protest status hearing, I start off by asking in the preliminary, are there any preliminary matters? I am aware that this morning that the ANC filed, the protestant filed a motion to dismiss the applicant. Did you serve that motion on the applicant, sir? No, not you, Mr. All right, you're looking at me, Mr. Borrego.
Yeah.
Just say your name your last name one more time for me.
Borrego. Thank you.
Borrego. So, Mr. Borrego, you filed a motion to dismiss this morning. Is that correct?
I do not believe Commission 5B filed any motion.
I think it's the Civic.
Hold on a minute. Hold on. Hold on. All right. I see Mr. Jackson's there. All right, Mr. Who are the protestants in this case?
Commission 5B is a protestant. In addition, I believe Queens Chapel Civic Association.
All right. Mr. Jackson, are you there, sir? Is there anyone here from the Queens Chapel Civic Association? So I see Mr. Jackson. I need
Yes.
Mr.
I'm sorry, sir. That was in the
I can't see.
office.
Well, Mr. Jackson, you know that these hearings are scheduled for 9:30.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, for 10:30, and I waited 2 minutes because if the owner or yourself did not show up, I was going to dismiss the protest. I was going to dismiss the application, but anyway, The licensee did show up within the 2-minute deadline I gave. So you're not on camera, so if there's any way for you to be on camera, I need you to do that. But I need Mr. Oriella. Is there anyone from the Queen's Chapel Civic Association present? Is there anyone on the line for this hearing today? Anyone from the Civic Association?
Checking. I elevated a call-in user. Let's find out.
The call-in user, the person who's been online, can you identify yourself for the record? You need to unmute yourself and let us know. Are you here for the Sahara market case? Are we able to unmute this call-in user? I'm trying to figure it. The person who's calling. Are you able to identify yourselves?
Send a request to unmute. Looks like we lost Jeff Jackson as well.
Yes, hi. Hello.
And,
Yes.
and who are you, sir?
Yes, my name's Lawrence Thurston, and I'm with the Queen's Chapel Civic Association.
All right. Okay, good. All right. Can you spell and state your name for the record, sir?
First name's Lawrence with a W, Lawrence. Last name Thurston, Thurston.
And you're with what organization, sir?
The Queen's Chapel Civic Association.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. Good morning, everyone. I don't see Mr. Jackson again. I don't know why he's on it. Well, but Mr. Oriana, since you're here, you represent yourself. The call-in caller. Well, if you're not speaking, I need you to mute your line, please. Okay. All right. So, all right. Thank you. All right. I am aware that a motion to dismiss was filed this morning by the Civic Association. The licensee has 7 calendar days to respond to the motion if he wishes to respond. And so because the licensee still has an opportunity to respond, the board will not make any ruling on the motion to dismiss this morning. Are there any questions by anyone?
Yes, what does that mean? I'm sorry, this is,
Did you see did you receive a copy of the motion that was filed, sir?
I saw something came through my handheld, but I couldn't read the detail. Does it mean that they're withdrawing from the protest?
No, sir. They're asking the board.
Okay.
They're,
Okay.
I have not seen the motion. I have not read the motion, but I was informed by our legal office that a motion was filed to dismiss. And so therefore you are in receipt of the motion if you're stated. And so therefore you should read it, and you need to if you wish to file a response, you have 7 calendar days from today to file a response with the board to the motion.
Okay.
All right. So that's what that means. Just you can respond, and you can just give your version. I've not reviewed the motion, so you can address the concerns that they raise in their motion in your response to the board, and you should also send a copy of your response to the agency, to the Civic Association, and also to the ANC. Any questions, sir?
That's correct. I will do that. I just want to let the board know that I'm in negotiation with the ANC currently, and then I will now file the motion.
But let me also explain to you, sir, how the process is. Because the ANC was provided stand-in at the roll call, and the Civic Association was also provided stand-in at the roll call, you have to negotiate with both groups. Because if you come to an agreement with the ANC, and if the Civic Association is not a part of that agreement, they can still move forward with the protest hearing.
Okay.
So yeah. So you need to have a conversation with both, and if you and the ANC are going to agree, I would just say to you that you should also see if the Civic Association would agree to the same terms that you're agreeing to with the ANC if there's a settlement agreement, because if the Civic Association is not a part of the settlement agreement, they can still move forward with the hearing, but the ANC would not move forward. But the Civic Association, because they also have standing, they will move forward with the hearing. Okay?
I
Do you
will reach out to
understand?
them.
All right, Mr. I'm sorry. I did not write the name from the Civic Association. The representative, Mr. I'm sorry.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Give me your name again, sir.
Lawrence Thurston.
Mr. Thurston. All right, Mr. Thurston, do you have any preliminary matters to raise in front of the board?
No. The only thing that the Queens Chapel Civic Association would inform the board that we met on Monday with Mr. Arano and ANC 5B, and the decision was made not to settle on any issue in these two cases.
All right. Well, all right. That's fine. If that's fine. If the parties decide that they're not going to settle, I mean, in the sense that if you, sir, if you can, all right, let me ask the ANC, does the ANC have any representation they wish to make? Preliminary matters, anyway, that they want to raise.
What I'll say is it is accurate what Dr. Rono said. We are currently negotiating with them to see if we can reach a settlement agreement. Queens Chapel Civic Association did decide not at this time to participate in that, but we all did meet on Monday as part of the ABCA mediated session. And I also have a question of whether the ANC will get a copy of the motion which was filed, or if that's just between Queens Chapel and the applicant. Thank you.
No,
Mr. Thurston,
it's my understanding.
Hold on, Mr. Thurston.
Yeah,
you need to provide a copy of the motion to the ANC.
Yes, sir. It's my understanding that the motion to dismiss was served on the board, members of the board, Mr. Arano, Mr. Jackson, and at least 3 members of ANC 5B.
Well, well, I said before, well, if Mr. Barana said he doesn't have it, I'll ask that you provide him with a copy of you provide him with a copy of the motion.
Okay, yes, we will do that if he doesn't have it. He should have been served last night, though, via email.
All right. Well, all right. So just, as I stated before, so you need to make sure that the ANC has a copy of it.
Yes, sir.
The ANC, all right, so the licensee has 7 days to respond if he wants to respond, and the response must be served on the ANC, on the Civic Association, and to our office. Are there any other preliminary matters that need to be raised before this board on the first case? No? All right. So if there are no other preliminary matters, then that matter is scheduled for September 18th, 2024 at 1:30 p.m. All right. All right. Let me talk about case number 24 PRO 00075, Sahara Market, license number 128673. Let me have the parties again identify themselves for the record. Before identifying yourself for the record, let me just I want to just say to the parties, that matter, the first case is scheduled for a protest hearing on September 18th, 2024 at 1:30 p.m. I want to remind the parties, Mr. Thurston, if you're not speaking, sir, I need you to mute your line. All right. All right. So, 7 days prior to the hearing. All right. All right. Now that we've scheduled this matter for a protest hearing, and this matter is scheduled for a protest hearing on September 18th, 2024 at 1:30 p.m. Now that we've scheduled this matter for a protest hearing, there are a few things that I would like to instruct the applicant and the protestant about so that the protest hearing is focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. The board does not intend to hear testimony on matters that are not relevant to this case. You should have received by electronic mail or regular mail a letter explaining the protest process, a copy of the protest information form, and a copy of the exhibit form. If you do not have these documents, please contact our legal office following this hearing. It is imperative that you review the rules closely and adhere to them before and during the protest hearing. You're also required to complete and submit the protest information form PIP and the exhibit form 7 days before the date of the hearing. These two forms and accompanying documents need to be submitted to ABCA's legal division and to all opposing parties in this matter. If we do not receive a copy of your PIP, your application, or your protest, whichever side you're representing, may be subject to dismissal. Likewise, if we do not receive a copy of the exhibit form and the exhibits themselves, your exhibits may be excluded from the record upon a finding that the opposing party has been prejudiced or no good cause for failure to submit has been shown. Likewise, witnesses other than a party may also be subject to exclusion if not identified on the PIP. Accordingly, these forms are very important. They greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. They likewise provide notice to the opposing parties, enabling them to better prepare for the hearing. As you're aware, all our hearings are now conducted virtually. You have 1 hour to present your case, and you will only be allowed to call 5 witnesses. If you require more time to present your case and require more than 5 witnesses, please file a motion with the ABC board requesting additional time or additional witnesses. For this case that there are more than one protesting group, the board pursuant to section 1612.8 is requesting that the protestants designated one individual to represent the groups protesting this application. So basically what I'm stating is that because if this matter goes to a protest hearing, because this matter is being protested by the ANC and the Civic Association, we're not going to have 2 separate cases. So therefore, between the ANC and the Civic Association, you need to work together, identify one person who's going to represent both parties, and then we can basically work on the witnesses. All right. We thank you greatly for your cooperation. If you have any questions today or any time leading up to the hearing, please do not hesitate to contact ABCA's legal division. Prior to bringing this first case to closure, any other questions by anyone regarding the first case? No? All right. So the second case is case number 24 PRO 00075, Sahara Market, license number 128673. It's the same parties as the previous case, and I think one of the things that I'll ask the parties, are you willing to consolidate both protests into one hearing? Because we're not the board. Because is it the same parties? Um, is it the same parties in both cases? I'll ask you, Mr. Borrego.
Yes, it is
So
my
you're all,
understanding it's the same parties.
Mr. Thurston, are you there? Mr. Thurston.
Yes, I'm here now.
All right. So it's the same party. So would both of you agree to consolidate this protest here in case number 24 PRO 00075 with case number 24 PRO 0076? Do we have the agreement that the parties will consolidate in the sense that rather than having two separate hearings, that we have one hearing that we will address all issues if this matter goes to the protest hearing, that we can address all issues in one protest hearing? Is that something the parties are willing to agree to?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
All right, thank you. So both protesters have agreed to consolidate the two protests into one hearing. It is because it's two cases consolidated in one. As I stated before, you only have 1 hour. You have 5 witnesses. So if you need to have more witnesses, if this matter goes to a protest hearing, and if you need to call more than 5 witnesses, or if you need more than an hour to present your case, file a motion with the board asking for additional time and additional witnesses. And so if you file the motion, please serve the motion and all the other parties. So I think that both protestants, if you need, you can talk to see how many, if this matter goes to a protest hearing, how many witnesses that you believe that you will have, how much time you need, and then you can file a motion to the board asking for additional time to present your case. Any questions?
No.
Any questions by anyone?
No.
Are there any other, so therefore, so this matter, both cases are consolidated and we'll have a protest hearing on September 18th, 2024 at 1:30 p.m. for both cases. And as I stated before, the board supports settlements. If the parties reasonably can settle this matter, the board uh, will entertain this matter. As I stated before, if the ANC settles this matter with the with the applicant, so and if the civic association decides that they do not want to join the settlement agreement, then we will move forward with the protest hearing on the outstanding issues that the civic association has. But we the board supports settlements, and so if this matter can be settled where all the parties can sit and agree to mutually agreeable terms, the board supports that. But if that's not the case, then we will have the hearing on September 18th at 1:30. Any questions by anyone?
No.
No questions? All right.
No.
All right. Thank you very much. Well, have a great day. If you believe that you need another mediation, if there's any assistance that the agency can provide, please reach out to the agency and we will provide whatever assistance you can. But if this matter cannot truly be settled, we will see you on September 18th at 1:30 p.m. Okay?
Oh,
All
thank you. See you then.
right. All right. Thank you. Have a great day. All right, then. Bye-bye. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 24 PRO 00071, J&D Market, license number 103723. Mr. Oriella, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Sorry, Cameron Mixon, your access has been elevated. Commissioner Moore, your access has been elevated, and that appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Moore, do you have a camera you can turn on, ma'am? I can hear you, but I can't see you.
Yes, hi, good morning, everyone.
Good morning. No, I'm saying, Ms. Moore, do you have a camera you can turn on, ma'am?
Can you see? Oh, sorry.
No, I can't see you. But if you don't have a camera, that's fine. I was just asking.
There we go.
All right. Good morning, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Mixon. Can you please identify yourself for the record by spelling and stating your name?
Cameron Mixon, attorney with the Veritas Law Firm, counsel to the applicant, CAMERONMIXON.
Good morning, Mr. Mixon. Ms. Moore, can you please spell and state your name for the record and identify yourself, ma'am?
Hi. My first name is LANEICE. Last name MOORE. That's Lanice Moore. ANC Commissioner, Single Member District 8804.
Good morning, ma'am. All right. Good morning. All right. This matter, it's are there any, Mr. Mixon, are there any preliminary matters you need to bring to the attention of the board?
Yes, in fact, there is, Mr. Chair. As a preliminary matter, it's been the intention of the applicant to resolve the protest and settlement. Obviously, the fact that we've made it to the status hearing is emblematic of that settlement hasn't come. Despite what we had intended to be fully good faith negotiating, we have not actually had any concrete terms for consideration laid out by the ANC. They are saying that issues that have been identified with the surrounding community that they argue are related to the operations of the establishment need to be somehow fully abated prior to even beginning the negotiating stages of a protest, despite how far we are into the process. We have previously gone to mediation, at which point it looked like the protest was going to be resolved before the ANC decided that it intended to continue the protest. But in our opinion, there's been no affirmative steps taken by the ANC to facilitate a resolution by settlement. And as such, that we move and request that the board order, prior to the scheduled protest hearing, a second phase of mediation in which we can actually identify solid concrete terms to discuss and actualize a settlement agreement.
Ms. Moore, any preliminary matters you want to raise?
I'm sorry.
Do you have any issues you want to raise, ma'am?
Actually, Mr. Mixon summed it all up perfectly.
So, meaning what? So
meaning,
he wants us to go ahead. I'm sorry, ma'am. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Meaning that during the first mediation, J&D Market didn't honor their settlement agreement, the one that was written in 2017, and Commissioner Muhammad did not want to honor the settlement agreement during mediation because J&D Market did not honor the settlement agreement. They still have some work to do on the store before she honors the settlement agreement.
I guess I don't understand. I don't understand you mean before she who honors the settlement. I'm confused.
Commissioner Muhammad. This is in her
Commissioner all right.
This is in Commissioner Muhammad's single member district.
But hold on, man, please. Are you the chair of ANC 8A, ma'am?
No, ma'am. I mean, no, sir.
It's all right. So, but all right.
No, sir.
The reason why I asked the question is that at protest hearings, it's not a single member district. It's ANC that speaks. So it can't be that I'm hearing that a single commissioner doesn't want to honor something. It's not a single commissioner. It is the ANC. So if the representation is that ANC 8A does not want to move forward because of because ANC 8A does not believe that the licensee did not honor the settlement agreement, but the presentation cannot be that ANC 8A. Mr. Nixon knows what I'm talking about. This is it has the presentation that's made to the board. It's a presentation by ANC 8A, and so it's not individual commissioners. The board does not recognize individual commissioners. The board recognizes ANC 8A, and the board recognized when this matter was protested, then the ANC 8A chair will authorize ANC 8A. I'm sorry, will inform the agency who is the spokesperson for ANC 8A. So I just want to advise the parties that the ABC board gives great weight to ANC 8A, not to ANC 8A04, ANC 8A03. It's ANC 8A. So therefore, it's ANC 8A that needs to negotiate with the licensee. So what I need to be represented here is that ANC 8A does not believe that the licensee honored the settlement agreement. And so ANC 8A is unwilling to sign another settlement agreement because they do not believe, in their view, they don't believe that the licensee has complied with the settlement agreement that was in place by ANC 8A. Do you understand what I'm saying, Ms. Moore, Commissioner
Yes,
Moore?
very well, yes.
And so, if I think Mr. Mixon is asking for another mediation, which the board can order a second mediation if ANC 8A agrees to have a second mediation. The board is not going to order a second mediation. And I guess let me ask a question, Mr. Mixon. I don't have the letter by the ANC. I'm sorry, from ANC 8A protesting the license renewal. Who is the representative of ANC 8A?
That would be
Are you aware? I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Moore.
That would be Commissioner Jamila White. She's the chair.
But in the letter to the agency that was sent to say that we are protesting the renewal, who did Commissioner White designate as the spokesperson for ANC 8A?
Commissioner Holly Muhammad.
So Commissioner Muhammad. All right. So all right. Okay. So Commissioner Muhammad, who is ANC 8A, she's speaking then for ANC 8A, not for in her individual capacity.
Yes.
All right. Now, let me ask the second question. Does ANC 8A, do they want to have another mediation session? Does ANC 8A want the board to schedule another mediation session?
Yes, Mr. Donovan.
All right. Okay, so the board will schedule another mediation and with ANC 8A, and it's either the chair or whoever the representative of ANC 8A is then will be ordered to participate in this mediation. Okay.
Thank you. Yes.
All right. So this matter is scheduled for a protest hearing on September 18th, 2024. If the parties, and we will work with the parties to schedule another mediation. And because it's a renewal, if the parties believe that they want to postpone prior to September 18th, if they decide that this matter is going to be settled, and if they want to postpone the hearing, the board will be open to consider that because it is a renewal. All right. Are there any other preliminary matters that, from your perspective, Mr. Mixon?
Not at this time.
Commissioner Moore, any questions by you? Any preliminary matters? Any questions you want to raise?
No, sir.
All right. I just want to advise the parties that if this matter goes to a protest hearing, which is scheduled for September 18th, 7 days prior to the hearing, the parties need to complete the PIP. Failure by either side to do the PIP 7 days prior to the hearing, unless good cause is shown, the board is empowered to prevent that side from moving forward. Secondly, again, because all these hearings are virtual, you have 1 hour to present your case, and you have 5 witnesses. If the parties require more than 1 hour or require more than 5 witnesses, then you need to reach out to the agency and make a motion to say I need more time and more witnesses. But as I stated before, the board will entertain and schedule another mediation, and we're asking that the authorized representative from ANC 8A comes to the mediation and try to mediate this matter. If this matter cannot be settled, we'll have a hearing. But if the parties are open to settle this matter, then I would hope that the parties, since it's a renewal, it's a renewal. So at least if the parties are open to settle this matter, then maybe some type of resolution can be brought. If not, we'll have a protest hearing on September 18th at 1:30 p.m. Any other questions by anyone?
No, Mr. Chair.
No, sir.
All right. As I stated before, we will arrange for a second mediation. And thank you for being here. Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Moore.
Yes.
And Mr. Mixon. You two have a great day. Thank you very much.
You all too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. All right, the next case in our calendar, we now move to a show cause hearing calendar. The next case in our calendar is case number 24 CIT 00055, emissary. License number 101155. Ms. Oriana, can you please elevate the parties in this case?
Christopher Southcott, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Southcott. Can you please identify yourself for the record by spelling and stating your name?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Chris Southcott, first name Chris, last name South. COTT from DC's Office of the Attorney General representing the district.
Good morning, sir. All right, I see that the licensee is not here. However, at show cause hearing status, the license is there's no requirement for the licensee to be here. All right, then this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on September 18th at 1:30 p.m. Just want to remind the government that 7 days prior to the hearing, the parties are required to file a disclosure notice. Failure by either side to provide the disclosure notice 7 days prior to the hearing, unless good cause is shown, the board is empowered to prevent that party from relying on documents and or witnesses that have not been disclosed within 7 days. Any questions, sir?
None from the district.
All right, thank you. Have a great day. All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 24 CIT 00318 Mac Market and Deli, license number 125344. Mr. Oriella, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case?
Sure thing. Mani Singh Muninder, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Mani Singh Muninder, do you have a camera you can? Okay, thank you. Mr. Southcott, good morning. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
My name is.
No, hold not you, sir. Hold on.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Chris Southcott. First name Chris, last name Southcott from DC's Office of the Attorney General representing the district.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Singh Muninder, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this establishment?
My name is Muninder, Muninder, last name Singh, Singh. I am the owner's son and the manager at the store.
All right, good morning. Are there any preliminary matters in this case, Mr. Southcott?
Nothing from the district.
Mr. Singh, any preliminary matters that you need to raise?
No, sir.
All right, fine. All right, thank you. Then this matter is scheduled then for a show cause hearing on September 18th, 2024 at 1:30 p.m. Just want to remind the parties that 7 days prior to the hearing, you're required to disclose documents and witnesses that you will rely upon at the hearing. Failure by either side to disclose documents and witnesses 7 days prior to the hearing, unless good cause is shown, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on documents and or witnesses that have not been disclosed. Any questions by either side?
Nothing from the district.
Mr. Singh?
Can I ask you a question? So
Yes, Mr. Singh.
The licensee has to be on the call then? I'm just making sure.
If we're gonna, the purpose of the protest hearing, sir, the protest of the show cause hearing is that you are contesting this charge. So therefore, you then would have to appear with documents and witnesses to say that whatever the charge is, whether or not you are innocent or to prove us why you're innocent. I think this matter is failure to file a quarterly statement, and then you would have to provide through either documentary evidence or by oral evidence to state that this charge is incorrect because you did file your quarterly statement timely.
So can I ask you a question?
Yes, you can always ask questions,
So I'm a little confused. So what was the hearing about? About the protest? Because we never got the protest one.
This is not a protest, sir. This is a show cause hearing that this licensee did not file a quarterly statement. I don't know for what period.
Okay.
Is that a quarterly statement? Mr. Southcott, is this your case, sir?
This is not my case, but I am familiar with the details of the case. This was a no ABC manager or owner present case.
Correct.
I apologize. I'm looking at the wrong case. Okay, I'm looking at the wrong. Okay, so this It's the same time. It's no ABC manager on duty. I apologize. That's
No
that's
problem.
the case.
Thank you.
It's
Thank you.
I apologize. I was looking at the wrong description. No ABC manager. So therefore, if this matter goes to the show cause hearing on September 18th, the licensee would have to provide us with proof that during the time in question there was an owner or ABC manager in question, that one was there, or one could say that although there was no owner or ABC manager, we were not selling and serving alcohol, or the alcohol was stored and not accessible to the public. That's the type of, so it's either yeah. So that's what the board would expect to get from you on September 18th if you're contesting this matter.
So can I say quick words? So we bought this business last year.
Hold on, sir.
Go ahead.
This is I can't go through factual.
Okay,
So,
that's fine. Okay, September 18th.
so we can't discuss that. We
Okay.
can't discuss the factual. It's
Okay.
just procedural matters that we'll
Okay.
address now.
Sure.
But you can talk to the who's the attorney who's assigned to this case, sir? Mr. Southcott, who's the attorney that's assigned to
Alicia
this case?
Hogan Miller.
All right, you can reach out to Ms. Hogan Miller and discuss this case and see if this matter can be settled. But that is a matter that you have, sir. You can reach out to the attorney and discuss this case and see whether or not there's some agreement can be reached. And if there's no agreement can be reached, then you can come to the hearing on the 18th and explain. But again, if you're going to come to this hearing and contest it, if you're going to rely on documents and witnesses, 7 days before the hearing, you need to file a piece of paper. You need to file it on our agency. You also need to file it with the government to state these are the witnesses who are going to testify, and these are the documents that we're going to rely upon at the hearing. Any questions, sir?
Oh, that's all. Thank you.
And also, just one last question, sir. I know that you stated that you're the owner's son. If you're the person who's going to represent the business at the hearing, if you are not on the license, then you need to provide us with a statement from the owner. You have to provide us with a statement from someone who's on the license to say that you are authorized to represent them at the hearing. Any questions? If you are not, I'm not gonna take that I'm the owner's son. Unless you are on the license, you need to provide us with some authorization from one of the licensed owners to say that you are empowered to represent them at the hearing. Any questions, sir?
That's all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. If there are no questions, I'm not. This is a fine of $250. So that's just want to let the parties know that's the penalty for this case if this matter goes to a hearing. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a great day. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 24, CIT 00082, Post Pub, license number 705. This case has been canceled. The government will be dismissing the case due to the cancellation of the license. The next case in our calendar is case number 24, CIT 00083, Post Pub, license number 705. Excuse me, this case has been canceled due to the dismissal of the case by the government. The next case on our calendar is case number 23, CIT 00753, the Ugly Mug Dining Saloon, license number 71793. This case has been canceled due to the submission of an offer in compromise to the board for its approval and consideration. The next case on our calendar we have 3 fact-finding hearings on Up and Smoke LLC, license number 126850, Up and Smoke 3, license number 12868, and Up and Smoke 4, license number 126975. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the parties in this case, please?
Sure thing. Zach Lerman, your access has been elevated. And Hassan Dib, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all term.
All right, thank you.
Hello?
Hold on a minute.
Now I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Zach.
All right. All right. Thank you, board. Good morning.
Hold on, please. Hold on. All right, good morning, Mr. Lerman. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Board chairperson, my name is Zach Learman, ZACKLEARMAN. I'm here on behalf of the 3 Up and Smoke companies, the prospective licensees you described.
And who's here with you, sir?
I'm here with Hassan Deeb. He is one of the owners, and he's the social equity individual for each entity. He's got a 50% ownership in each entity.
So can you spell Mr. Mr. Dib, can you please identify yourself for the record by stating and spelling your name, sir?
Yes, sir. My name is Hassan Dib, Hassan. Last name is DIB.
I apologize, Mr. Dib, but the reason why I smiled because I see that you're on camera. You're making sure that you put your best foot forward. So that's what that's why I was smiling, sir.
All right,
Okay,
sir,
so
I look good for you guys.
so it wasn't because all right, but I appreciate that, sir. All right. This is a case that we requested a fact-finding hearing to determine if the proposed ownership change is in line with the legislative requirements. This license qualifies as a social equity applicant currently because Mr. Dib is a 50% owner and qualifies as a returning citizen and meets the financial requirements. Let's see. So, Mr. Learman, explain to me what is it that is being requested by what is it that's been requested by this establishment today, sir?
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, this is it's not overly complicated, but it's basically 2 things. So we're removing each entity. It's a little bit tricky, but each entity we're removing 2 members from Up and Smoke 2 that have basically a total of 25% interest. We're moving a member from Up and Smoke 3, and we're removing a member from Up and Smoke 4 and transferring it to a new member. His name is Ali Mazloum. This is just to give you a little background. Up and Smoke is a Initiative 71 group. It's a group that's had Initiative 71 retailers in DC for some time. Hassan Deeb has been involved since the beginning. And what they've decided to do is to bring in, and all these gentlemen are essentially cousins, or they've grown up with each other their entire lives to essentially be family. They're bringing in Ali Mazloum, who is out of Michigan and has a lot of.
Do me a favor. Can you spell that name? We have a court reporter, so just spell the name. If you any name that you are gonna call, just spell the name for the record, okay?
Of course, Chairperson. Ali Mazloum. That's Ali. Last name Mazloum. M as in Mary. A. Z as in Zach. Loum as in Mary. And in my kind of summary, I try to make it a very clear letter. I was like, this is what we want to do with your permission. In that letter, I included the necessary documents that you guys require for individuals, personal history disclosure signed and a affidavit and everything else. But essentially, they're bringing in Ali Mazloum, who has experience running licensed retailers here in Michigan. He's got companies called Green Acres. They're throughout Michigan. They're bringing him in to replace those two gentlemen, Hussein and Elias. Hussein is Hassan's brother, by the way, but they're replacing him with Ali Mazloum. Those two gentlemen are still going to be involved, kind of on the feet on the ground, kind of doing the day-to-day. They travel between different locations. But we're proposing to bring in Ali, and then with the existing members, we want to, with your permission, transfer each one of they each own their ownership in the individual capacity. We would like permission to transfer that interest to holding companies that they themselves own. Like, Hassan can talk to you about his holding company. Basically, I just put together a holding company per the CPA request. I think there's a way to save on taxes and distributions and control it that way. So like Hassan is going to own his 50% interest through his company that he solely controls. Yep, Deep Holdings. Yep.
All right, let me ask you a question. All right, let's go to Up in Smoke 2. All right.
Of course.
What's the current ownership structure of Up in Smoke 2?
As it stands right now, Hassan Deeb, all individually owns 50% interest. Ahmed Shami, H is in H, M is in Mary, E, D is in dog, and Shami is C, H, A, M is in Mary, I. He owns 25%. He's gonna stay, and essentially, and then the two gentlemen that will be.
No. I'm asking you currently. Explain to me the ownership structure. So you're saying that the ownership structure that Mr. Dib here, he owns 50% currently, and there are two other owners who own 25%.
Actually, there's three. There's Ahmed Shami, who has 25%. Elias has 12.5%, and Hussein, that's Hassan's brother, has 12.5%.
Okay, so you have. All right. So you have Mr. Dib owns 50%, and then you have three other owners who own 25%. Now, tell me, how did the licensee qualify for social equity?
Now, Hassan is a social equity individual. He is a District of Columbia resident. He owns 50% of each entity and has been involved in each entity since the very beginning. Makes all the policy decisions, has access to the records, gets distributions according with his percentage, which you guys can. I'd encourage you to ask him about this business. He knows each business in and out, and each location in and out. He's been incarcerated, or he's been charged with a drug-related offense. I believe it was in Virginia, and he makes, for the applicant year of when we applied, he made under 150% of the median income.
All right. So that's the current ownership structure of Up in Smoke 2, right? So what is it? What's the proposal for Up in Smoke 2?
We are, with your permission, we'd essentially ask for, Hassan's ownership to be held in accordance with his company, Deep Holdings, and then Ahmed's ownership through his company, Shami Holdings, 30% interest, and Ali Mazloum's interest in the 20% through his holding company. And I believe I provided like the corporate filings. Basically, a lot of these I just put these things together in DC.
All right. So, but hold on, but that doesn't add up to. So Mr. Dib is going to hold how many? What percentage?
50%. his interest through his company is going to be the same throughout. We didn't want to dilute.
All right.
Yeah, we
But
can't.
you said 30%. That's why I'm saying.
Oh, did I say 30?
That's a,
No, I'm sorry. He
yeah.
owns 50. He will own 50% for.
No, not him. The other two, you said 30%.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hussein and Elias will be out. They're transferring their interest. Ashami Holdings will now have 30%, and Mazloom will have 20%. So there'll be now 3 owners for Up and Smoke 2, with your permission.
All right. So Mr. Dibb, who still, so is he the sole owner of the holding company?
Yes, and you can ask him questions about that. There's not, I mean, I could put together an operating agreement for this thing, but we just have corporate filings, an EIN. There's no other, I mean, you can ask him about it, but there's no other person that has interest in it. I created separate corporate holdings for each one of these individuals that they will each own and control themselves.
All right. So with this, if the board was to, this is we're talking about Up in Smoke. So you're saying that Mr. Dibb, we're moving it from I guess you're saying from a personal to a corporate structure.
Yes.
And so you're saying that Mr. Dibb will remain so what's his, who will own this new, or who are the officers? Will he, in this new holding company? I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
I will own Deeb's Holding 100% to myself. I'm just moving it from my personal name to a corporate name because I believe it's better for tax reasons and stuff.
All right, but so you're saying that you're still the 50%. You're the 100% owner of this new company. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, so okay, so is there anything else you want to explain to us about Up in Smoke 2?
No, Chairperson. I mean, unless you guys have any other questions, there's nothing that's really specific to it. Just that Up and Smoke 2 had a little bit of a different ownership with Elias. At the end of the day, we want the ownership to be uniform. Where you know how you're like, what do you want it to be? And I was like, 50% for Hassan's company, 30% for Ahmed's company, and 20% for Mazloom's company. That will, at the end of the day, that will be uniform across Up and Smoke companies for just to make it simple and make it straightforward.
All right, so let's now move to Up in Smoke 3. What is the current structure of ownership structure of Up in Smoke 3?
Up in Smoke 3, it's a little simpler. We have Hassan Deeb individually, of course, owning it at 50%. 25% is owned by Ahmed Shami, and 25% is owned by Hassan's brother, Hussein Deeb.
This new structure, what has been proposed? And let me ask you a question, and so therefore, and you're stating that Mr. Dibb, based on it's the same, the criteria, he qualified as a social equity. He qualifies as a social equity based on his income and his status. Is that correct?
Correct, Chairperson.
All right. And so, what is the proposal? What is the new proposal for Up in Smoke 3?
The new proposal for Up in Smoke 3 is the exact same as Up in Smoke 2. So it'll be Deeb Holdings at 50%, Shami Holdings at 30%, and Mazloom Holdings at 20%.
And Mr. Dibb, currently under this new structure, if approved, he is the 100% owner of this holding company. Is that correct? This corporate structure, is that correct?
Correct, sir. Yes, sir, that's correct.
Yes, all right, okay. Now let's move to Up and Smoke 4.
Yes, sir.
All right, Chairperson, the ownership,
The current ownership of Up and Smoke 4.
the current ownership for Up and Smoke 4 is the exact same as Up and Smoke 3. It's as individuals. Hassan Deeb owns 50%, Ahmed Shami owns 25%, and Hussein Deeb owns 25%.
And again, it's also correct that Mr. Deeb qualified as a social equity based on his income and his past status.
Correct.
Right? I'm sorry, yes. And so what is the new proposed structure for Up and Smoke 4?
We would request the same structures up and Smoke 3. That would be Deep Holdings, which Hassan owns 100%, at 50% of Up and Smoke 4. Shami Holdings at 30% of Up and Smoke 4, and Maslim Holdings at 20% at Up and Smoke 4.
All right. And so basically you're saying that if the board was to approve this new structure for all three companies, Mr. Deeb will continue to own 50% of the company in his he will continue to be the sole owner of 50% of this company. Is that correct?
Correct, Chairperson. We did not want to jeopardize our social equity status or dilute it, which would jeopardize the licenses. So that's one thing I tried to emphasize in the initial letter.
Okay.
Plus, if you don't mind me adding.
Go ahead, Mr. Deeb.
Yeah, Up and Smoke is pretty much my baby. I started it from day one. I've been in it since day one. I don't plan to leave it, hopefully, for the rest of my life. So I don't see myself ever owning or selling or giving away anything from my 50% shares in the company. Because I still operate and run the company. I still manage the stores, the employees, the schedule, the opening, the closing, the financials. Everything goes through me.
So I've never met you before, Mr. Deeb. I probably will never have another opportunity to meet you in this forum. So why don't you tell us who you are? Tell us a little bit about your business, how long you've been operating. Just this is your opportunity to tell the board who you are.
Yes, so my name is Hassan Dib. I'm 31 years old, about to be 32 in September. I've been running and operating Up and Smoke since 2021. I started my first location. Uh, we've been operating under the I-71 law. Haven't broke the law. Everything is to legit to what we're supposed to be doing, paying taxes, sales tax, everything. I got to the point where I sat down with my cousin, Ahmed Shami and Ali Mazloom, and I asked them for help with their experience when I found out that the I-71 law in DC is about to change to medical because they have been running licensed retail shops in other states for a while, for a couple of years. So I asked them for help for their experience and also their financials because they're a little more comfortable with their financials than me. So based on that, I brought them in to help me grow. And since I did that, I went from one location to 3 locations, which we have applied for licenses for, and we are in the process of doing everything we're asked of to make sure we're up to date and we are in no wrong. But pretty much, go ahead, sir.
No, I'm sorry. You're. If you have another statement.
What is it?
No, you. I was making sure that you were done.
Yes, I was just pretty much Up and Smoke LLC is my life. Like this is what I do every day, all day. I wake up, I go to work, I finish, I come home to my wife, and the same routine every day. Uh, we like to keep 100% great customer service, and like I believe to be one of the nicest, best customer service when it comes to these shops in DC. Our Google reviews kind of uh, show that we have 5 stars in all locations. Uh, we haven't had any problems or in any of our locations since we opened. We're very happy and friendly with all of the neighborhoods that we're located in. Neighbors like us, the community like us, the ANC is on board with us. I don't think they have any problems with us, and we just try our best to be the best in DC when it comes to this business, and hopefully we succeed.
Now, you're aware that you can only own 3 businesses in
Correct.
DC.
Correct.
All right.
He's pretty much maxed out at this point as a social equity individual.
All right. All right. Any questions by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Still, good morning, Mr. Hassan
Good
Dib.
morning, sir.
Great. Explain to me how you got involved with the social equity portion of this license.
Like, how did it? Well, I've heard when the
What qualified you?
Oh, it was my record and my income. I have a possession of marijuana on my record from back in the day. Actually, 2 of them, I believe, and my income. So, kind of when the application opened up for retail shops, I ran it through my lawyer Zach, and to see if I actually qualify for it, and we actually did, and so we applied.
I would imagine this had to be asked on your application, which I don't have a copy of or know anything about at this time. But were you arrested in the District of Columbia when you were arrested for drugs?
Back then I wasn't. I was actually living in Virginia.
You were living in Virginia?
Yes.
And you served your time in Virginia?
Yes.
Have you ever lived in a district?
Yes, I live in a district now. I've been living in the district for the past 4 to 5 years.
Okay, so again, that makes you qualify for the program that you're in, right? The social.
Yes, sir.
And your brothers and cousins and relatives coming in from which cities?
My brother also is here in DC. It's just my cousin is a resident of Michigan.
So on all 3 applications, there were different names that were associated with new members. Do they all live in the district?
Hussein Dib and Elias Bitar live in the district. Ali Mazloom and Ahmed Chami don't.
Okay. Sounds fair. And your businesses are doing well, and you don't have no problems with the ANC or communities?
Yes, thank God. That's actually one of our good things about us having clean, upscale stores that are accepted in all the neighborhoods that we're in, especially in Georgetown.
Okay. What year did you move into the District of Columbia?
2020.
2020. Okay. How long have you operated? How long have you operated?
Sorry. Go ahead, sir.
No, you finish your answer.
I said I used to live in Navy Yard, and now I moved to Georgetown, Eden Court.
Okay. So how long you moved to the district in 2020? What year did you open your first business in the District of Columbia?
2020, end of 2021, early 2022.
Okay. All right.
Sir.
You have a current District of Columbia driver's license?
Yes.
Okay. That's fair. I'm just trying to qualify my questions with your answers, and
Of course.
sounds like you're doing great with that. And welcome to the District of Columbia.
Thank
As
you,
a
sir.
person who lived here for over 70 years, we love to see new people come in with new businesses and
Thank you.
building our tax base and helping our schools and helping our community stay healthy and strong.
Thank you, sir.
And I'm very happy to hear that you get along well with your neighbors
Yes.
in these locations, because that's very
Yes.
important. With
Yes.
me, I am a person who believes in strong and vibrant communities, and also
Yes.
believe in solid, reliable businesses in
Yes.
partnership.
Also, sir, you can, if I don't know if you have the access to ask around our 15th Street location and 8th Street location, the cleaning and the work that we did outside of these locations is huge and humongous to the area and to the neighbors, and we're always thanked for it.
I'm very, very familiar. I don't live far from either one of those locations. So thank you very much for being a great neighbor
No
and a
problem.
great business person. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Short. You have any question? Any other questions by any of the board members? Mr. Dib.
Yes, sir.
Now you have up in smoke 2, 3, 4. So what happened to 1?
Well, Up in Smoke One, the LLC itself, that I first opened, I moved to and what did they call it? Well, I moved to a personal LLC, and it's like pretty much it was based out of Virginia. I changed it to be based out of Virginia, and it's an LLC based under my name only now, so it has nothing to do with Up in Smokes. Like pretty much, it was to add my partners to the old LLC. It was easier to just form a new one.
So currently you only own 3 businesses in DC. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the reason I'm asking that, because you keep on saying to me that you're trying to make sure that you comply with the law. That's one of the things that you have made perfectly clear in this hearing. And so
Yes.
therefore, since you are reminding me that you're complying with the law, I want to remind you that if approved, if this new structure is approved, that you can only own 3 businesses
Correct.
in DC.
Correct.
And so I don't want to at some point to pierce the corporate veil, and we find out and Mr. Lerman knows what I'm talking about, that we pierce the corporate veil and we find something that doesn't reflect what it is that's represented today. As I stated before, this is probably your one and only opportunity. Normally people, when they appear in front of the board, it's usually where you did something wrong. And so therefore it's like, but here's an opportunity that you are asking us to make a change. And so this is more informal. And so you can just let us know who you are, and which is what you have done so far, to introduce yourself to the board, and so that we know who you are.
Thank you.
Any Mr. Lehrman or Mr. Dibb, any further representation that you wish to make?
No, if you guys have any more questions for me, I'm more than happy to answer.
On my end, nothing. I appreciate the opportunity to request this chairperson and board, and thank you for your forthrightness and honest questions.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation here. The board is actually very much interested in approving licenses for new businesses, and at some point, once this matter is over, once the board goes out again and visit establishments, maybe this is one of the establishments the board will go and visit to just see, as you stated, Mr. Dibb, about how you have changed the complexity. I'm familiar with the 8th Street location because there used to be a different licensed establishment at I believe at the 8th Street establishment that the board had, I think, visited when there was at some point back when there was a licensed cannabis establishment at the 8th Street location. So maybe at some point the board will when the board goes, if the board was to go out again to go visit establishment, maybe this is one of the places that the board will go. If there are no other representation to make, the board will take this matter under advisement, and meaning that we will listen to what you say today, and if the board has no concerns, then we will let licensing know to move forward. But we'll review the law. We haven't seen the paperwork, Mr. Lerman, that the board itself, the agency has. Our lawyer has seen it, but we have not seen that as yet. So we will look at the documentation that was provided, and with the presentation that was made today, and make a decision. Okay.
Thank you,
So,
Chairperson.
Looking forward to meet you in person, sir.
All right. Thank you. All right.
If you
Thank
need
you very
any
much.
further, if
I'm
you guys
sorry.
need, sorry to interrupt, Chairperson. If you need any further documentation, just let me know, and I'll take care of it, or whatever you guys need. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lerman. Thank you, Mr. Dibb. You both have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you,
guys.
All right. Bye-bye. And we're at the end of our calendar for the morning. All right. All right, so since we're at the end of our calendar for the morning, let us now do our agenda items for the day. And so let us now do our legal agenda alcohol beverage. The first matter on this agenda item is a review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated July 29th, 2024 for case number 24 CIT 00204, the Big Stick, license number 094844. The offer in compromise is as follows. Charge 1, failed to file quarterly statement, secondary tier violation, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25-113B2A. A $500 fine to be paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid, and submission of pending quarterly statements if they have not already been submitted. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated August 2nd, 2024 for case number 24 CIT 00753, the Ugly Mug Dining Saloon, Valor Brew Pub, license number 071793. And the offer in compromise is as follows. Failed to file required quarterly statement, secondary tier violation, statutory authority, 25 DC Code Section 113B2A. There's a term, the term is $500 to be paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. Submission of pending quarterly statements if they have not been submitted so far. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review of request to reinstate canceled license dated July 27th, 24. License was canceled on May 1st, 2024, pursuant to Board Order number 2024-286. This is District Still, license number 102521. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 4, review of a motion to dismiss filed. Motion to dismiss protest filed on August 5th, 2024, in case number 24 PRO 00063, Adelie's Love Soul Food Restaurant, license number 128106. This matter was on our calendar this morning for a protest hearing. I'm sorry. This matter is on our calendar this afternoon for a protest hearing. So we'll schedule this matter for oral arguments prior to our as a part of the protest hearing this afternoon. Number 5, review of so I'll make a motion. I guess number 4. The motion is that we'll schedule for oral argument at the protest hearing this afternoon. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 5, review of request from Michael Bailey for cease and desist hearing on Board Order number 2024-478, filed original July 24th, 2024. This is UBC Live members only. This is on 3328 Georgia Avenue Northwest. Because this is unlicensed facility, it doesn't have a license number. So I make a motion that we schedule this matter for a hearing. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 6, review of Gateway/Langdon Park notice of emergency and proposed rulemaking. I therefore make a motion that we approve this emergency and the proposed rulemaking. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to our legal agenda settlement agreements. And the first matter on our legal agenda settlement agreement is a review of a settlement agreement filed July 9th, 2024 by and between Neighborhood Commission 2B and Rubens, license number 129036. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Excuse me. Number 2, review of settlement agreement filed May 28th, 2024 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 5F and 501 Wine and Spirits, license number 120541. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review of settlement agreement filed July 23rd, 2024 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 7C, the Deanwood Citizens Association, and Uncle Lee's Seafood, whose license number is 120654. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 4, review of settlement agreement filed July 24th, 2024 by and between a Neighborhood Commissioner 7C, the Capitol View Civic Association and Capitol View Market, license number 076250. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda is a review application for change of hours. This is for the Continent, license number 128701. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review application for Sidewalk Cafe endorsement with 60 seats. This is for the Continent, license number 128701. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review application for Sidewalk Cafe with 24 seats. This is for Little Black Bird Wine Bar, license number 025620. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 4, review application for the carriers and delivery endorsement. This is for Luna Hall, license number 119067. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 5, review request for approval to provide a gift of a bar cart that doesn't exceed $500 in value to various licensed retail establishments. The request has been made by Breakthrough Beverage, license number 124554. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 6, review a request to approval to provide a gift of a cooler that doesn't exceed $500 in value to various licensed retail establishments. This request has been made by Breakthrough Beverage, license number 124554. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 7, review request to approval to provide a gift of a guitar that does not exceed $500 in value to various licensed retail establishments. This is from Breakthrough Beverage, license number 124554. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 8, review request for approval to provide a gift of a bar car that does not exceed $500 in value to various licensed retail establishments. Breakthrough Beverage, license number 124554. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 9, review request to approval to provide a gift of a lawn chair that doesn't exceed $500 in value to various licensed retail establishments. This is for Breakthrough Beverage, license number 124554. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson agrees. The matter passed 3-0. Number 10, review request for approval to provide a gift of a lighted chandelier that does not exceed $500 in value to various licensed retail establishment. This is the request is from Breakthrough Beverage, license number 124554. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 11, review request to approval to provide a gift of a solar stove that doesn't exceed $500 in value to various licensed retail establishments. This again is from Breakthrough Beverage, license number 124554. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to the board's temporary one-day and substantial change docket. On the board's temporary one-day and substantial change docket, there are 7 applicants. I will review the name of the applicants, the class category, the event, the date, the license number, and the expected attendees, and I will make a recommendation at the end of the list, and I'm requesting that the board supports the recommendation of the chair. The first request is a request from Zhang Zhu. It's spelled Jiang. The last name is spelled XU. This is for one-day license class F for a festival, August 31st. The license number is 129548. 1,000 attendees, 10 security guards are asking for approval. Number 2, a request from Sean Banks, one-day license class F, Frisbee competition, August 10th. License number is 129569. 1,000 attendees, 17 security guards requesting approval. Number 3, Stephanie Holland, one-day license class G, unlimited tasting. The event was previously, they're asking for a new date for October 5th. It was previously approved on August 3rd for July 10th. The license number is 129209. 2,500 attendees, 30 security guards. Approval. Number 4, a request from Robert Jordan for one-day license class G, private event, August 9th through August 10th. The license number is 129536. 60 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 5, a request from Lindy Promotion. Pub crawl. This is October Fest. This is for September 28th. The license number is 110455. Substantial change license is 24 PCE 00017. Approval for conditionally approved for 1,000 attendees. That's a recommendation. Number 6, Lindy Promotions Pub Crawl. The event is cosplay. September 7th is a new date. The previous date was approved previously by the board for August 3rd, 2024. So the license number is 110455. The substantial change license is 24 PCE 00008. Approval for 1,000. Number 7, Entertainment Factory LLC Pub Crawl. Halloween Crawl. This is on October 26, 2024. The license number is 121481. Substantial change license is 24 PCE 00024. The recommendation is that we have a fact finding. And that's the end of that list. And so therefore I make a motion that the ABC board approves the recommendations made by the chair for all these applicants. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed. 3-0. We now move to the license administrative docket for August 7th, 2024. There are 5 requests on this docket. I will give you the names of the applicants, the category, what's been asked, and at the end I'll make a recommendation for approval. The first applicant is YOLO Restaurant and Lounge, license number 126817, Retailer C Tavern, change of hours application inside premises. Number 2, Bloom, license number 125601, Retailer C Tavern, request to increase the total occupancy from 125 to 140 for inside premises and sidewalk cafe seating capacity from 40 to 120 patrons for a total of capacity of 130. Approval. Number 3, a request from Brian Kemp for a personal importation permit application. The application number is 24 IMP 00029. Approval. Number 4, a request from RIS, license number 076803, Retailer C Restaurant, ABC Manager Endorsement Application Approval. Number 5, SHIA, SHIA, license number 128979, our Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. And that's it. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board, hold on, let me make sure. I make a motion that ABC Board approve these applicants with these applications. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed. 3-0. And our final agenda item for the morning is the medical cannabis medical cannabis licensing agenda. There are 10 agenda items. I'm going to review the agenda items by giving the name and the license number, and a recommendation. So the first agenda item is a conditional license internet retailer application. Number 1, review of social equity application for conditional new retailer. This is for Amber Spectrum, license number 128850, approval. Number 2, review of social equity application for conditional new retailer license. This is for Green Magic LLC, license number 129542, approval. Number 3, review of social equity application for conditional new internet retailer license. This is for Green Magic LLC, license number 129541, approval. Number 4, review of social equity application for conditional new retailer license. This is for ABB Shop LLC, license number 129543, approval. Number 5, review of social equity application for conditional new retailer license. This is for ABB Shop LLC, license number 129544, approval. Number 6, review of social equity application for conditional new internet retailer license for ABB Shop LLC, license number 129545, approval. Number 7, review of social equity application for new conditional new retailer license. This is for Taste Buds BUDC, license number 129546, approval. Number 8, review of social equity application for conditional new internet retailer license. This is for Herbs on Herb, license number 129540, approval. Number 9, review of social equity application for conditional new retailer license. This is for Sneaker Heads HEADC, license number 128031. denial because the application is missing required documentation. And now we move to standard manufacturer application number 10, review of standard application for a new retailer license type 1 license. It's Pink Fox LLC, license number 126422. The recommendation placard. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board approve these licenses and the approval recommendation made by the chair. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, a second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We're now at the end of our agenda items for the day. And since there's no further items for the day, the board will be in recess until 1:30. I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further action. Thank you. We're on the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. Joining me this afternoon are two of the board members, Mr. James Short and Mr. Silas Grant. The board has 3 members in attendance this afternoon, and that constitutes a quorum. Excuse me. For this afternoon, we actually have 3 cases on the calendar this afternoon, and so we will try to address and go through this case as quickly as possible. So let me call the first case. The first case that's on our calendar is a show cause hearing, case number 23-251-00024, Ocean Lounge, license number 114106. This case has been continued. It's been canceled, and it's been continued to September the 11th at 1:30 p.m. The next case in our calendar, it's case number 24-PRO-00046, High Spirits, license number 127084. This case has been canceled due to this submission of a settlement agreement for the board's review and approval. And so now let's call the only case that we have, the only actual case that we have this afternoon. It's case number 24-PRO-00063, Addie's Love Soul Food Restaurant, license number 128106. Good afternoon, Ms. Oriel. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Good afternoon. Bernadette James, your access has been elevated. Charles Thornton, your access has been elevated. Sherry Freeman, your access has been elevated. Amika Taylor, your access has been elevated. Charles Jones, your access has been elevated. ANC 7C, access has been elevated. Mary Gaffney, access has been elevated. Susan Williams, access has been elevated. Investigator Tavro Prout, access has been elevated. And we have a Tanya Wingfield, access has been elevated. And a Kayla Taylor, access has been elevated. And a Carol, access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a protest hearing on, there's an application for a new license. So I'm going to have all the parties identify themselves for the record. And so this is, let me start with, hold on. Let me start off with Ms. James. Ms. James, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship?
Good evening. My name is Bernadette James. That's B.
Miss James, do you have a camera you can turn on, ma'am?
Yes. Can you see me?
Yes, ma'am. I can see you now. All right, go ahead, Ms. James.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Bernadette James. That's BERNADETTE. Last name is JAMES. I am the owner of Addie Love's Soul Food Restaurant.
And if this matter goes to a hearing, ma'am, who do you have here with you this afternoon?
This afternoon?
Yes, so call their names and then I'll have them spell and state their name for the record.
Okay. I have Sherry Freeman, I have Charles Jones. I have Tammy Taylor. I have Tanya Wingfield. And I have there's one other. Mr. Charles Thornton. Thank you.
Well, I'm not. Well, you know what? I'm not gonna. What I'm gonna ask, they're not gonna speak at the moment. So, Mr. Oriela, they can remain on screen. Just just mute their lines, please. So just mute their lines, and then once if we're gonna call as them as witnesses, then you can unmute their lines. So I'll just ask you to mute all the individuals who you just heard their names. Mute their lines, please. All right, let me see. And this has been Ms. James. Your license has been it's been protested by the ANC. Is that correct?
Yes. ANC
Just the
7C.
ANC alone.
Yes.
Who's here from? I see ANC 7C. So who is the representative for ANC 7C?
This is Commissioner Antoine Holmes.
Mr. Holmes, can you come on camera, please?
It's not working right now.
All right, Mr. Holmes, can you spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, ANTAWAN, last name Holmes, HOLMES.
And what's your official role here today, sir?
Chair of ANC 7C.
Okay. And if this matter goes to a hearing, sir, who's here with you this afternoon?
That would be Mary Gaffney, Susan Williams, Carol Williams, Joan Lee, and Commissioner Kerry Brown.
All right, fine. Again, Mr. Oriana, the only I'll at this juncture, I need you to mute everyone with the exception of Miss James and Commissioner Holmes. All right. So hold on. Mr. Proud, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Yes, sir. My name is ABCA Investigator Tavro Prout, TAVRILPROUT.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairperson.
All right. All right, everyone. There's we have this protest hearing this afternoon, and so let me explain how a protest hearing operates. And so the way it operates is that the licensee the applicant will have an opportunity to give an opening statement. After the applicant gives an opening statement, then the protestant can give an opening statement, and so the licensee, in giving an opening statement, is basically just going to give an overview to say why we're here today and what is it that you're seeking from the board. The licensee, then after the licensee gives an opening statement, then the protestant will give an opening statement, and they should also state what it is that why we're here and what is it that they're seeking from the board today. I just want to make it clear to both parties, I do not want any references to any settlement agreement, that folks to say that we had settlement discussion and this is what we would discuss and that wasn't discussed and this is what we want. Clearly, this matter was not, there was no settlement reached. And so that's why we have this hearing today. So there should be no references made to any discussions that were made in any at mediation or any settlement discussion. So if I hear people talk about discussions or this is what was agreed to, I'm not going to allow that in, because if it's the only way I will allow it in is if both parties agree that this is if both parties state us that inform me that okay, this is what we have agreed that the board can issue the license with some restrictions or something like that. The only time, so I'm just saying, the only thing that I will entertain is if the party put forth joint stipulations to say we've stipulated to this at this juncture, but I'm not going to allow anyone to talk about settlement discussions that have occurred. Okay, and so after we do the opening statement, then the board will have its witness testify. That's the investigator. The investigator has attempted to make contact. I'm not sure if he was successful with both parties, but the investigator has gone out, did an investigation, and attempted to contact both the protestant and the applicant to find out what the concerns were. Once the so the board, the investigator will give. I will ask him some questions. He will go over his report. Once I ask him some questions, then the other board members will have an opportunity to ask questions of the investigator of his report. Once the board has asked questions of the investigator, then the applicant will have an opportunity to ask questions of the investigator of his report. Once the applicant has asked questions, then the protestant will have an opportunity to ask questions of the investigator of his report. Once those questions are done, then the applicant will put her case on. So she'll call her first witness. After she questions her first witness, then the protester will have an opportunity to cross-examine the witness. And then the board will have some opportunities to ask questions of the witness, and then so we'll go through that process where the applicant will present all its case. Once the applicant has presented its case, then it's the protestants will get an opportunity to present its case by calling its witnesses, and then we'll have cross-examination. Because it appears we have at least 10 witnesses, I'm going to try to move this along as quickly as possible. I'm not going to allow redundant or repetitive testimony. And so if I hear redundant or repetitive testimony, I'm going to ask you to move along, because I need people to give testimony that we have not heard before. So if you have, if you're going to have 5 people saying the same thing, that's not helpful. So I'm going to move on from that. So just be careful in a sense when you're calling witnesses. I mean, yes, you can have people support. So you can call witnesses to say they support and why they support it. But I'm just saying, if you're going to call people and if they're saying the same exact thing, then that's not helpful for the board on both sides. Okay. Let me see what else is there. So after, yeah, and that's basically where it is. And so, every 2 hours, I will try to take a break, a structured break. There's a court reporter. If the board might need to do whatever it needs to do, but I will try to take a structured break every 2 hours. But if something happens where if say either the licensee, the applicant, or the protester, if something happens and they need a break, they can raise their hand and let me know, and I can take a break if they need to have a break prior to the 2 hours. As far as the protester is concerned, it's now 1:51, and so the protester will probably, their case will not be. We're probably not going to call the protester. Probably it's not going to call its first witness maybe before 4 o'clock. Okay, I'm just giving you an idea. Maybe 3:30, 4 o'clock, because we're going to have the board is going to call its first witness, and then the applicant is going to call its first witness. So for the protester, I'm thinking maybe about 4 o'clock. That's when the first opportunity that person will have to call his first witness. So if those witnesses, if they need to do something and step away from the line to do whatever they need to do, just keep in mind that the earliest that I might call you, that you will testify, maybe would be about 4 o'clock. Okay, just to give you some ideas. All right. It's my understanding that there is the licensee, the applicant, I'm sorry, had filed a motion to dismiss. And so what the board is going to do, I would like the licensee to just give us some more information about the motion that was filed and what is it that she wants us to do with the motion. I will also give the ANC an opportunity to respond orally to the motion. Once the board has heard, then the board will make a decision whether or not we're going to grant or deny the motion. So, Ms. James, you filed a motion to dismiss. So why don't you share with us the motion that you filed this morning? I think the motion that you filed.
Yeah, the reason why I filed the motion for dismissal is because a lot of the things that Mr. Holmes or 7A and 7C has.
Hold on, Ms. James. One of the things I want the standing was given to the ANC. So I would want you to say that the ANC.
Okay.
And Mr. Holmes, when you respond, I would prefer that for you to say the applicant. So, because I'm going to try to, and Ms. James, I'm not saying you're doing this, but I'm saying this up front. I don't want to personalize it. So I want it's the ANC and the applicant. Okay. All right. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. So the things that the ANC has protested about is not protestable. I.e., my license, the capacity, parking, is quite a few things in his.
Ronnie, I'm in a meeting. Can I call you back?
Mr. Short, can you please mute your line? I need everyone to mute their line with the exception of myself and Ms. James.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ms. James.
Yeah, so that's it. A lot of things that he's filed is not
Ms. James, you filed a motion, which was, I read the motion.
Yeah.
So why don't you go through the motion and tell me what you filed, okay? All right.
What you saying? Tell you what the ANC filed?
No, what's in the motion? I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hold on a minute. You filed a motion to dismiss. Is that correct, ma'am?
That's correct.
You filed. I read the motion. So why don't you just look through the motion and tell us what you wrote in the motion, why we should dismiss this matter? That's all I'm asking you to do.
Okay. I think you should dismiss this motion because the claims of the violations that's in my motion has not been established. This has never happened. The things that were raised, all the concerns that was raised by the ANC, I've never heard of any of these things, and so, and I have not heard from the Northeast Boundary as well, because I'm sure they would be the ones to have approached me before this matter has gotten to this point. But and also because of my occupancy load and my operating hours and these issues that are being protested does not establish any violations that the ANC has said that I've caused. So I file a motion for dismissal.
Anything else you want to say, ma'am?
No, not at this time. That is it.
Mr. Holmes, any response by the ANC?
Oh, thank you. Yes, the ANC received the motion to dismiss based off of our previous submittal for the opposition for a liquor license, in addition to what we filed during our pre-hearing protest, to include what the witnesses will be saying later on. We were going to deny that motion and move forward with this case.
That's all you wanted to say, sir?
Well, if we're going to, do you want to go through the acts of in here?
Hold on.
Sorry.
the applicant file a motion to dismiss, and if it and normally when you file a motion to dismiss, the other side has 7 days to respond to it. But here it is. We have the hearing, so we have to have the hearing today because it's a new license, and so therefore the board has to rule on the motion. So you have seen the motion.
I've seen the
and
motion, but we have 7 days, so that's why it was received.
You don't have 7 days, sir.
Yes,
The
sir.
reason you don't have 7 days, this is a new license.
Okay.
The board is on a specific timeline to issue a decision, either to approve it or deny it. And so therefore, that's one of the reasons why I'm allowing the parties to argue the motion here so we can make a decision. So the decision that I'm going to make, or the board is going to make, is whether or not we're going to deny art. It's either we're going to approve the motion to dismiss your protest and ask and direct license to move on, the license division to move on in processing the license, or we will deny the motion and have the protest hearing today. And then the board will make the decision. And so that's one of the reasons I'm asking both parties to tell us what the motion is on the record here, where so Ms. James, she has told us what the motion is, and I'm giving her an opportunity to orally respond to the motion. So because the board is going to make a decision the board is going to make a decision now whether or not we're going to move forward.
Okay, so the points that were put in the PIF was basically we stated we were going to talk to the appropriateness standard. We also have the occupancy load request, the occupancy load of the restaurant size, as well as the liquor sales hours not matching operations. But this is also going to be shown due to the community and the ANC want to understand the transparency of what's actually being.
Mr. Holmes, you're missing the point.
Are you? Yes, sir.
I need you to tell me before the board is going to make a decision before all these people come and testify.
Yes.
Okay. So therefore, you need to tell me now why is it the board should not grant this motion? Don't say to me that when the people testified, this is what. No, you need to tell me why, based on your justification why the board should not grant this motion. So if I read correctly, the motion.
Okay.
Hold on, Mr. Holmes. The motion that was filed is that you did not use the proper appropriateness standard to protest this case, and I think it's also I think those are I think that's the gist of some of what was in the motion, and so that's why I'm giving you an opportunity to respond to what she stated in her motion.
Okay, pulling out the. So respond to what she wrote in the protest.
Yes, sir. That is what I'm asking you to do. What she wrote in her motion, to the board asking us to dismiss your protest. That's what I'm asking you to respond to that, to orally respond to that, so the board can have your side before we make a decision.
Okay. One of the things that was stated in there was the ANC and group of 5 residents. The ANC has standing on this matter, so that in and of itself means we can move forward with the matter. That was one of the. Another one was there was no discussion about crime, violence, and accidents. Of the 2 things we discussed when we sent our letter of opposition was to talk about peace, order, and quiet, as well as the effect of parking and vehicle and pedestrian safety, which we can and will show that there is a issue with parking at that site in conjunction with the site that is the daycare that is beside it, where pretty much traffic now overflows into the liquor store that's across the street. Also referenced in the motion for protest, in terms of the appropriateness factor, what we're saying is that based off of the load and the sales hours, as well as the function of the business functions more as a carryout rather than a restaurant, and therefore the ANC is concerned about single sales and possibly those sales leaving the premises. I believe those are the 3 points in her one. I believe those are the 3 points in her the applicant's motion to dismiss.
Is that the extent of what you wanted to say, sir?
Yes.
The reason why, one of the reasons why I always ask people to be in camera, I can read your. I know I can know that you stopped talking, but when I can't see you, I don't know. So that's why I'm here trying to figure out if you're done. So that's one of the reasons why. That's why I always want people to be on camera so I can tell rather than trying to figure out if you're done. So that's the position of the ANC. Is that it, sir?
Yes.
Ms. James, is there anything else that you want to raise?
The only other thing I would like to raise is ANC 7C. I don't know how he would. Let me strike that. No, the only thing I move to ask is that you guys, that you dismiss his case.
All right. Any questions any board members wish to ask of any of the parties? All right. The ANC. Let me see. I think we received. I think on June. I think on June 23rd, we received a letter from the ANC that states that a regularly scheduled and properly noticed meeting on May 9th, 2024, Advisory Neighborhood Commission 7C considered the matter, and the ANC voted to oppose. It says renewal, but it should be the offering of the application. It basically states that, one, the effect on the establishment on peace, order, and quiet includes the noise and litter provisions set forth in Section 25725 and Section 25726, and two, the effect of the establishment upon residential parking needs and vehicle and pedestrian safety. So those were the reasons that the ANC provided to the board in its request to us to protest this matter. So the recommendation that I will be making to the board today is to deny the motion, and the reason why I believe that the board should deny the motion is that the board recognizes the ANC protests as acceptable and timely, setting forth the two statutory provisions as in the law in the sense of the establishments. The effect of the establishment on peace, order, and quiet includes the noise and litter provisions set forth in the regulation, which is 25-725 and 726, and also the effect of the establishment on residential parking needs and vehicle and pedestrian safety. And so my recommendation, I make a motion that we deny the motion. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. Let's have a roll call vote. Mr. Short?
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant?
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. I also want to state that having said that, the board is aware of the ANC's concerns are the applicant's occupancy load and the applicant's hours of sales and operations. As the parties are aware, the occupancy load is established by another agency. The board does not determine the occupancy load. Our Our role is to ensure that the occupancy load is enforced. As to the hours that are being requested are within the legal limits of hours of operation for an establishment. So I know that there's a concern, I think, to say that the applicant is requesting 11 o'clock, and a closing time of 11 o'clock is within the legally established timeline for a restaurant to operate. And the board does not believe that the ANC's concerns have any relationship to residential parking needs and vehicle and pedestrian safety. However, so therefore, the board will hear testimony as to whether the applicant's occupancy load and hours of and sales of operation, their impact upon the peace, order, and quiet of the neighborhood. So that's what I want to hear testimony on. So therefore, the ANC, their protests, if the protests that we have here today, the testimony that I want to hear, it's the impact that if this license is granted, what impact will that have? What impact the occupancy load and the hours and sales, the occupancy load and the hours of sales of operation will have on the peace, order, and quiet of the neighborhood. Is it clear what is it that the board wants to hear testimony on as far as the ANC is concerned? Mr. Holmes?
Yes, thank you.
And I also want to, although this isn't a new license, this is not a new business. So whatever decision the board makes today, whether or not the board grants the license or deny the license, this restaurant has been in operation and it will remain in operation, because all that the board has been asked today is to grant a liquor license. Now, it's typically when we have new license, the business has not operated. And so therefore, depending on what decision that the board usually makes when we talk about new license, it's, is this business going to be open? But I just want to remind the parties that whatever decision the board makes today, that since this is a restaurant that has existed before, and it probably will exist once the board issues the decision either to grant the license or to deny the license. Okay. All right. Are there any other preliminary matters that either side wishes to raise? Ms. James?
The only other thing I would like to raise is that the ANC, they only raised the loading and the operating standards, which are not protestable. And
well, I mean, it's not that they're not protestable, them. They can give arguments to say that the impact, which is what I'm expecting, the occupancy load and the hours, what impact is that going to have on the peace, order, and quiet? That's a protestable issue.
Okay.
So they can protest on that issue, but at the end of the day, the board will make a decision in the sense that we're not the one. If say for example, I think it's the Department of, it used to be DCRA, so it's either Department of Licensing or Department of Licensing has issued your certificate of occupancy.
Yeah.
And that is a ceiling. The board cannot increase your certificate of occupancy. So if the Department of Buildings, or was it the agency, if that outside agency states that you can have an occupancy of 50, this board cannot give you an occupancy of 60. However, if the ANC presents credible information of the impact the occupancy load will have on peace, order, and quiet, the board could decide that they're gonna reduce your occupancy to 40.
Okay.
I'm just to give an example. So that's all the board can do. The board cannot increase, and I want to let the ANC know that the board cannot expand the occupancy, because that is already been issued by a separate agency, and that is not a decision that the board cannot say, the Department of Licensing should not have granted them an occupancy load of 50. That we cannot make that decision. That's not a part of our expertise, so we can't make that decision. Okay, so I just want everyone to know that. Also, for sales and service of alcohol, I mean, within the city, you can serve alcohol, I believe, through 2 a.m. Monday through I think Monday through Thursday you can serve alcohol through 2 a.m. and the weekends you can serve alcohol, I believe, through 4. So therefore, 11 a.m. it's within the legal timelines. I'm not saying that the board is going to agree to 11 to I think 11 p.m. But I'm just advising the ANC that at least the hours that are being requested are within the legal timelines of the fact that that's what's granted. I know that I think there's an argument regarding that there's a liquor store across the street. That's irrelevant. There's no requirement in the sense of um, there's no requirement in the sense that a restaurant cannot be next to a restaurant selling alcohol cannot be next to a school or a daycare or a recreational center. It's only applicable to an A license, a liquor store. So the liquor store is the A that there's a requirement, the distance requirement. But for a restaurant, you do not have that same requirement to say that a restaurant cannot be within a certain feet of a school or a recreational center or a daycare. So I just want to put that out there in the sense that that is not it's that law is only applicable to a liquor store per se, and just you can have 20 restaurants next to each other, so that's not an issue in the sense that there's another restaurant next to it, or there's a liquor store next to the restaurant, or there's a grocery store next to the restaurant. The law regarding overconcentration that people would talk about, you're more so talking about liquor store. You're not talking about restaurants. So just want you to be aware of that you can have 20 restaurants within a block. You can have 20 restaurants in a parking lot. Because all right. With that said, it's time. So do you have any other preliminary issues, Ms. James? And then I'll ask Mr. Holmes.
No, I do not.
Mr. Holmes, do you have any preliminary issues that you want to raise?
No.
All right, fine. So what we're going to do, Ms. James, you have an opportunity to do an opening statement. And then once you do your opening statement, Mr. Holmes, you can either do the opening statement now or you can do it before you present your case. It's your call. Okay, so Ms. James, what's your opening statement, ma'am?
Oh, thank you so much. So I want to thank the board for taking the time to giving this matter your time and attention. I have great faith in a fair hearing on the behalf of Addie Love's Soul Food Restaurant. I've been in operation at Addie Love's for 5 years now, and that is without any police presence. I've not had to call the police in 5 years. I have formed a relationship with almost everyone that frequents the neighborhood, not just the restaurant, but the surrounding neighbors. And I am happy to report that I have had great results. I am a native Washingtonian. I grew up in the Northeast boundary, right here in Ward 7, where all my businesses are. I have several childcare centers, as you know, that I submitted. 3 are in Ward 7 and 2 are in Ward 8. Where the childcare centers are located, I often have meetings with my parents right there at the restaurant, and I give, they can have date nights there. I do a lot of outreach, not just at my childcare center, but at Addie Love's Soul Food restaurant. We have help build the community to make it better, make it stronger, make it safer than ever before. It was not that way when I first opened there back in 2019. I had a few obstacles, but we overcame those very quickly. And that came because we built relationships with the people in the area. I wanted to also let the panel know that I have a safe house for troubled youth and right here in Ward 7 as well. I've been in business for over 30 years. And we do things such as book bag drives, date nights for parents. We have a place where our troubled youth can come to, like a cool down spot before they make bad decisions. And, I just wanted to say that I am a born community leader. I have been for, all of my life, ever since I can remember. And this will be a never-ending mission for me. And for me, I build up and not break down. I make relationships. And I believe that I have a great community relationship because I take the time to build these relationships in my community as I have done all of my life, not most, but all of my life. And the witnesses that I have coming forth today, a few will speak about the restaurant and the environment, and others will speak about me, just different things so that the panel can know who I am, what I stand for, and what I represent. And thank you. That's it for me.
All right. All right, thank you, Mr. James. Mr. Holmes, you wish to make an opening statement at this juncture?
Can we submit that at the start of our presentation?
That's fine, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so the board will call its first witness, Mr. Prout. Can you raise your
Sir.
right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do, Mr. Chairperson.
Can you, what's your name again for the record, sir?
Yes, ABCA Investigator Tavril Prout, TAVRIL PROUT.
And where are you currently employed, sir?
Currently employed with the Alcohol, Beverage, and Cannabis Administration.
And how long have you been employed with the agency?
Approximately five years, Mr. Chair.
And what are some of your duties and responsibilities?
My duties are to conduct regulatory inspections as well as to conduct special investigations in lieu of Metropolitan Police Department in reference to violations at alcohol serving establishments across the District of Columbia. We also perform covert operations to include cell to minor, in which we are able to increase compliance across alcohol serving establishments across the district to make sure that they are serving persons that are 21 and over.
And are you familiar with this established Addie's Loves Soul Food?
Yes, I was assigned the protest on approximately July 31st, 2024. And the establishment known as Addie Loves Soul Food was assigned to me for ongoing monitoring.
All right, so did you get an opportunity to speak to the protestant and the applicant in this case?
So I had the opportunity to speak to Ms. James telephonically. I did send email correspondence to ANC 7C Chair Mr. Holmes as well as Ms. James requesting their formal statements. Mr. Holmes forwarded me a statement electronically, and I was able to speak with Ms. James. Ms. James did also provide me with electronic correspondence, but it was provided in the last hour in reference to approximately 30 minutes from the report needing to be submitted to the board.
So what information, if any, did you receive from Ms. James?
So Ms. James, and we spoke briefly on August 1st in reference to the establishment being in business over the last 5 years, that she has ran daycare centers, as well as works with at-risk youth across wards 7 and 8, and that she has been a community leader as well, and that she has addressed some of the concerns in reference to crime and poverty in the neighborhood, and she prides herself on operating a business which provides a beacon of hope, as well as providing adequate food for the residents and for the community at large. She also spoke on taking time out to assist in cleaning the neighborhood as well. And those are a few of the things that we were able to speak on August 1st, Mr. Chair.
What information, if any, did you receive from the protestant?
So I received a copy of their formal statement that was initially provided to the board, in which they expressed concerns of the residential parking, peace and order in the community, the increase of the occupancy load from 70 to 75, and those are, as well as the operating hours not matching, in which Ms. James requested for the operating hours to be from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. However, she currently operates the business from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. on a daily basis.
Did you? I don't have your report in front of me. Did you draft a case report?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
I'll be given permission to share my screen?
Mr. Oriana, can you allow Mr. Prout to share his screen? Thank you. So is this your report that's on the screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
So why don't you just scroll through the report page by page, and then I'll have some questions to ask you once I see.
All right. So the establishment known as Addie Loves Soul Food LLC, trading as Addie Loves Soul Food, is located at 410 61st Street, Northeast C. The establishment has requested a new retailer C restaurant license with a occupancy load of 75. The current protesting issues is that Addie Loves Soul Food would adversely impact the peace order inquired of the neighborhood, as well as it would impact the residential parking and vehicular and pedestrian safety in the neighborhood as well.
All right. Let's move to the next page, please.
Okay.
All right, so tell us about what type of zoning this area has been zoned for.
So this is considered a mixed use zone, Mr. Chairperson. So it has a myriad of storefront buildings, as well as residential and non-residential buildings in the general area as well.
All right. We can move on, please.
So in regards to the close proximity to the establishment, there is Metro bus usage in the area. The V2 and V4 Metro lines run along the Dick Street corridor near to the establishment. And the establishment is a first floor establishment which offers carry out as well as on-premise dining, as well as it is there is a parking lot that is in front of the establishment as well. There is a neighboring daycare to the right side of the establishment, and then there is a church. I'm not aware whether or not the church is currently in operation or not, but there is a retail space for a church that is on the opposite side of the daycare, which is in the middle of the establishment. On the left-hand side of the establishment, there is currently a empty lot that is there, and to the rear of the establishment, it looks to be a abandoned home.
All right. So what are the hours of operations?
So the hours of operation, Mr. Chairperson, the hours of operation that the establishment has requested from the board is from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. with being able to operate between Sunday through Saturdays on as their hours of alcohol sales being from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. as well.
All right. So this is a new business or is it an established business?
So this is a restaurant that has been in operation since 2019. However, they have applied for a new alcohol license at this time.
All right. So I see in your report you have waste disposal. So tell us about that.
Yes, so they currently contract with Waste Management, in which I have a exhibit. What I did notice is that their waste disposals are chained, in which assists with lowering the rat population in the district at this current time.
So you said the waste disposal is what?
Their waste disposals are chained down, and in which it would prevent increasing the rat population in the area, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. I'll go through a little bit more detail when I see the pictures. All right. So did you get an opportunity? How many times, if any, did you visit the property?
So I was able to visit the establishment twice for a period of approximately one hour's time on July 31st, as well as on August 1st. Due to
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Due to the fast turnaround of the report needing to be submitted, I was very limited in being able to monitor the establishment. I was not able to gain entry into the establishment due to me being able to get on shift at approximately 7:30. By the time I was able to get keys and get my government vehicle and being able to get over to the northeast corridor, the establishment was closed on both nights. So I was unable to be able to get into the establishment in order to see their normal day-to-day operations. However, I do know that the establishment is currently operating during the hours of 7 a.m. to 8 p.m.
So what time did you go to visit the establishment?
So the establishments were visited between 1:05 a.m. and 3:30 a.m. on August the 1st.
So tell us what is it that you saw on August 1st between 1:05 a.m. and 3:30?
So it was very desolate. There was hardly any cars parked, as well as I did see that the liquor store across the street was closed as well. But it was very, very quiet. There were cars passing through. And I saw a few kids playing up the street on that evening. But outside of that, that's about it.
But
Very,
you're
very
saying
quiet.
so you were there between 1:05 and 3:30, and what are the proposed hours of operation for the establishment?
For 7 a.m. to 11 o'clock p.m.
All right. You said you went there twice. So when
Yes.
was
So
next year?
I did go on the day before, which was July 31st, in which I was able to get there around like 10 and I left around 11 p.m.
So what did you observe? Was the business open at the time you
No,
were
the
there?
business was closed by the time I was able to get there. That night, same thing, quiet. Cars, driving through. Outside of that, it was very quiet.
All right, let me see. You can go ahead.
Okay.
Let me see. So what about did you get an opportunity to request a record search?
So I did request it. I was not able to get it in the timely facet due to the report doing.
But did you ever receive anything at subsequent?
No, I haven't.
Are you aware, well, since the establishment is not an alcohol establishment, but are you aware of any other incidents in the sense of investigative from any other agency? Are you aware of anything?
No, sir.
Now, you said you have some exhibits. What are the exhibits that you have?
Okay. So Exhibit 1 is the copy of the protest from the ANC, in which notates the effect of the establishment would be on the peace, order, and quiet, including the noise and litter provisions set forth in 25-725 and 726, and the effect of the establishment upon residential parking needs and vehicular and pedestrian safety.
Okay.
My Exhibit 2 is the email correspondence sent to ANC chairperson, Mr. Holmes, requesting a formal statement from him.
And so you sent this, what date did you send this letter to him, this email to him?
Wednesday, July 31st at 8:32 p.m.
And when was the report due?
It was due August 1st.
Do you think that was sufficient time to provide him to respond?
Based on the report being assigned to me on July 31st at approximately 3:00 p.m., I can only go based off of when the case was assigned to me, sir.
But I guess you gave him less than 24 hours to respond. Is that correct?
Yes, the report was due in less than 24 hours.
That's not the question I asked you, sir. I just asked you a question. I asked you this question, Mr. Prout, because the allegation might be that you didn't give him sufficient time to respond, or you didn't give her sufficient time to respond. So I'm just asking you the question. I'm not throwing any aspersions on you or the agency. I'm just asking you because I anticipate responses. I've been doing this long enough that I anticipate responses from both licensees or should I say applicants and protestants. Okay. All right. What about your what's the next exhibit do you have?
This is the copy of the response that was provided to me from ANC chairperson, Mr. Holmes.
And that's exhibit 3?
I'm sorry, yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
And he pretty much focuses on what he had already submitted in reference to his documentation, which is in his PIF, in which he speaks on the appropriateness standard. Occupancy load requested does not match the current restaurant size. Requested liquor sale hours do not match current operating hours, and overall lack of parking for all businesses on site.
Okay.
Okay. Exhibit number 7 was in reference to all of Mr. Holmes's witnesses that he's going to call this afternoon. And then exhibit number 8 is in reference to the objections in reference to the property is zoned mixed use 4. However, the vast majority of the surrounding areas are listed as residential 1 and residential 2 zones. So this is going into Mr. Holmes' testimony, but I'm just giving a actual glance of what he provided to me, and which I'm sure that he will use in his exhibits later on this afternoon.
I need you to, it's a part of your report, so I need you to identify what we're looking at in the specific exhibits.
Okay. Exhibit 9 are references to 2 liquor stores that are within the general vicinity of the establishment. which is Cheetah and Company, as well as Skip Liquors and Dick's Market.
I didn't ask you. Did you do? I didn't see this as part of your report. Did you give us what's within 1,200 feet of this establishment?
Yes.
Did you do that?
So that is.
Are there any other licensed establishment? I guess I overlooked that page, sir. So why don't you let us know what other establishment ABC related establishments are within the footprint?
Okay, so there are 3 alcohol serving establishments that are within a 1,200 foot radius of the establishment. Mr. Skip Liquors located directly across the street at 405 61st Street Northeast, which is a retailer A establishment that does not currently have a settlement agreement. And then Cheetah and Company, which is a bed and breakfast establishment located at 6015 East Street Northeast, and they do not currently have a settlement agreement as well. Last but not least, Dick's Market, located at 622 Dick Street Northeast, is also a retailer A, which does currently have a existing settlement agreement. Going back to parking, the 400 block of 61st Street Northeast has no parking or standing anytime sign, and then has unregulated parking. On the 6,000 block of Dick Street, there was a no parking or standing anytime sign as well as they also had unregulated residential parking. The 6,000 block of East Street Northeast also offered no parking, standing anytime, and unregulated residential parking. Last but not least, the 400 block of 60th Street Avenue Northeast offered no parking and no parking in bus zone.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, we can go back to your exhibits now.
Okay. Exhibit number 10. Is the occupancy load.
I'm sorry. Let's go back to exhibit number 9.
Okay.
What is exhibit number 9?
So exhibit number 9 is the storefront of the establishment.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Exhibit number 10 is the total occupancy load of 75, in which the establishment currently offers 70 seats.
And where this information? Where does this information come from that the occupancy load is 75?
It was presented in the licensee's application for the new application.
Okay, go ahead.
Exhibit number 11 is interior photos of the storefront of the interior of the storefront as it currently exists now. Exhibit number 12 offers additional photos of the interior of the storefront as well. Exhibit number 13 is the current operating hours that are advertised on Google, spanning from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. from Monday through Saturday, closed on Sundays. Exhibit number 14 is their current menu.
So what is it that they serve?
They serve breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They serve a variety of sandwiches, a variety of lunch and dinner platters to include fish, oxtail, barbecue chicken, barbecue ribs, as well as breakfast to include eggs, pancakes, waffles of variety styles, as well as a variety of omelets and breakfast sandwiches as well.
Okay.
Exhibit number 15 is a picture of the parking lot that exists in front of the storefront known as Addie Love Soul Food. Exhibit number 16 is the request for the formal statement from Ms. James. Exhibit number 17 is a copy of the GIS in which touches base on any type of daycare, recreation centers that are within 400 feet of the establishment. The only known school that is within 400-foot radius is Kids Are People 2 CDC, which is Miss James Daycare Center, as well as the Nation House School. Exhibit number 18 is the GIS information for the alcohol serving establishments that are within the 1,200-foot radius of the establishment, which are known as Cheetah and Company, Skips Liquors, and Dick's Market. Exhibit number 19 is a additional photo of the establishment's storefront. Exhibit number 20 is the picture of the existing empty lot that is on the opposite side of Addie Love's Soul Food. Exhibit 21 is the current storefront picture that was taken on the night of August 1st. Exhibit number 22 is a copy of the licensee's application in which outlines the operation hours and the hours that have been applied for sales, service, and consumption of alcoholic beverages. Exhibit number 23 are the current waste disposals that are on the side of Addie Love's Seafood, and which, as I stated earlier, they're chained down, and which is positive in the scheme of assisting to lower the rat population, which is a persistent problem in the district at this current time. Exhibit number 24 is the request for the calls for service on August 1st at 12:14 a.m. And that concludes my exhibits, Mr. Chairperson.
All right, thank you. You can close your screen. Any questions by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Investigator Prout.
Afternoon, Mr. Short. How are you?
Okay. Mr. Prout, from the pictures you showed and from your never being able to get into business when it was open, you stated and you showed signs, I think. Where would people park if there were 75 people? Let's just say half of them drove and there were 35. Where would they park? Would it be, where could they park if you're saying there's no parking signs on the street in front of the location?
So, in theory, they would be able to park on the street. There were a lot of empty spaces while conducting my monitoring on July 31st and August 1st. There were a lot of empty spaces that were on the street. I presume that possibly only a maximum of possibly anywhere from 7 to 10 vehicles that would be able to park inside of the parking lot itself that sits right in front of the restaurant. The other vehicles would have to park on the street.
You mentioned in your report that there were signs that said no parking or no standing at any time. Is that correct?
Yes.
So how many cars could actually park on that block with those signs up?
So the arrows were pointing from a certain distance toward the corner. So I would say possibly along the one side of the street, I would presume possibly anywhere from about maybe 10 to 15 vehicles on the side that is closest to Addie Love's Seafood. The sidewalk adjacent where Skips lies, I would say to include the cars that were parked that evening, approximately anywhere from 7 to approximately 10 vehicles as well.
Okay, so you also mentioned that the residential area surrounding that business quarter, if we want to say that, is 80 to 85% residential. Is that correct?
So on that particular block, Mr. Short, on 61st Street, there's a number of abandoned homes and there's a very small proximity of houses that I noticed that had residents. I would say on that block itself, I saw no more than possibly 3 to 4 houses that were occupied on 61st Street itself. Now on Eid Street, at the top of the block, seems to be a newer housing development in which had approximately maybe about 70 houses, like sorry, 70. There were a number of houses that were on that block to include apartments, but I can't give you a specific number. If I had to guesstimate, Mr. Short, I would say possibly maybe 20 houses between both sides total. But there was a number of empty spaces that I viewed on 61st Street.
Okay. Again, I guess, and I know you're not an expert at this, so whatever answer you give me, I'll just have to accept it. Or if you can't answer it, please just say that. But again, in the 600-foot radius that you gave us, the circle that you showed us, the GSA, or GPS map, in that map, how many would you say is residential and how much of it is business?
I would say the area calls for about 80% residential and 20% business within a 1,200 feet radius. I would say that. However, in monitoring the area, there were a number of abandoned homes within the general area.
Okay, just based on your last answer, then you're stating that it's 80% within that radius, GPS radius, and you stated that there's not a lot of parking in close proximity to this licensee's restaurant. So if she were to be granted 70 or 75, where would these people park?
So they would be able to park, Mr. Short, I would say on the 61st on for his indulgence.
Okay. Thank you for an excellent report, and that you did what you could with the brief time you had to do it, and we do appreciate you as an investigator and the report you provided for us today. Thank you very much, Mr. Sprout. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Short.
Any other questions by the board members? Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Investigator Prout, thank you for your investigation and thank you for being here today. I have a couple of questions for you. The first is, I heard the applicant, and I heard you also speak about the applicant's work with young people, in particular youth in the community, but also the daycare businesses that she also owns. In your estimation and based on your investigation, would you recommend or do you foresee any alterations that she would have to make in those other businesses in the event that she wanted to use some of that space for some of the programming that she's done otherwise?
In my professional experience, I don't believe any type of alterations would need to be done. I believe that taking into consideration Ms. James' 30 years of experience as a business owner, I do believe that she has the wherewithal to be able to manage a establishment that has the alcohol license as well as managing her other business affairs to include the daycare center as well as the at-risk youth program that she runs as well, Mr. Grant.
Thank you for that. On a different note, with respect to parking, in your experience in more recent times, investigating either new applicants or licensees looking for renewal, can you speak a bit to the ability of applicants to be able to set up staging for ride shares in the event that they encourage patrons to use other forms of transportation? Is there a possibility in that space for some sort of staging of ride share opportunities?
Yes, I do believe on the 100 block that Addie Loves Seafood, there is appropriate space for a Uber pool to be set up for pickup and or drop off of patrons, as well as the encouragement of patrons to be able to use public transportation as well. Miss James, spoke to earlier that a lot of her patrons are, families of children that attend her daycare center, as well as the neighbors that are in the community as well. And so I think that a lot of her business, and I could be wrong, stems from foot traffic versus vehicle traffic that is in that area itself. But I do foresee, to answer your question, Mr. Grant, I do foresee a ride share pool being able to be set up for Uber and or Lyft for patrons to be able to be picked up and dropped off to the establishment.
Thank you, Investigator Proud. Mr. Chair, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Mr. James, do you have any questions of the investigator? You're on mute, Ms. James. I can't hear you.
Sorry about that. Yes, I do. Just for Mr. Prout, during our conversation, do you feel that I was like forthcoming with you, our entire conversation?
Yes, you were very transparent about what your goals were. You had spoke on the ultimate goal of, building condominiums over top of the daycare center and over top of the business, to be able to offer affordable housing for persons who are in the community that currently are in need or seek housing. You also spoke to your mother being a big influence on being a community leader and gathering all of the children to be able to clean up the actual streets. And you had stated that you had been in the business and spirit of community leadership for over 30 years, dating back to viewing your mom being a pillar of hope for the community as well. So yes.
Thank you. Also, can I ask if you observed any drug activity or just people hanging out while you were there during your investigation?
So to be completely transparent, there was an elderly lady that seemed to be prostituting on the night that I was monitoring the establishment. She was walking up and down the block within that hour, 30 minutes that I was there. However, I didn't see any excessive drug activity. I didn't see any excessive violence or anything of that nature. But based on my investigative experience, I do believe to have seen a low level of prostitution on the night that I was there.
Okay. And one last question. Did you see any trash thrown throughout the neighborhood where Addie Love is located?
No, I didn't see any trash.
Okay. Thank you so much. That's it for me. Thank you, Mr. Proud.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am, Ms. James.
Mr. Holmes, do you have any questions of the investigator?
Yes, so I could not, you told me you were there on 7/31 from 10 to 11 p.m. What time were you there on the first?
From approximately 1:05 a.m. to 3 a.m.
5 a.m. Okay. To 203? Okay, so you were never able to go inside of the business to look at the inside?
No, no. My tour of duty starts at 7:30, and just due to the rapid turnaround for the report to have been submitted, I was unable to gain entry into the establishment.
Okay,
Sir.
understood. So you did, but you also, and you beat me to it. One, you said you did see the prostitution on the street.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also you said you did have a conversation with Miss James and discussing about the expansion. Now I read this from the application, expansion of the restaurant as well as housing development on top of it. Is that correct?
That is a express goal that she shared with me on our telephonic call, Mr. Holmes.
Okay. Just for note, for affordable housing, we have 19% of all affordable housing in 7C, so it's kind of a no-go going forward. But it was mentioned, so I just wanted to put that note out there because it came from the mayor's.
Mr. Holmes.
Yes, sir.
You're asking Mr. Prout
question.
Based on his questions, based on his testimony that's in his report, sir. When it's time to present your case, I mean, you can present relevant testimony, sir. But right now, you're just asking him questions based on his report, sir.
Okay. So you were not there to see. So there would be nothing mentioned in the report about in terms of flow through traffic. How much flow through traffic did you see stopping going during 10 to 11 and 1 to 2 a.m.?
Over a span of an hour, I might have saw maybe 20 cars pass through. And I might have saw a span of possibly maybe 5 to 7 residents getting off the bus and walking up the hill towards each street.
Okay. Speeding, stopping at the liquor store, any of that?
No, I might have saw, well, the liquor store closed at like 9:30. So no, the store was already closed once I got there, but I didn't see any type of speeding or anything of that nature. No.
All right. And you didn't receive anything back from OUC MPD about any of the calls?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. No, ma'am.
Okay.
You have this. How this works is that if the board's witness, I give you one opportunity to ask questions, and I give both sides, and then we move on. And so at this juncture, if the only other persons who can ask questions are the board. So, do the board have any other questions that they want to ask of this witness? Or hearing none, Mr. Prout, thank you very much for your testimony, sir. Have a great day.
Well,
all right. Ms. James, who's your first witness, ma'am, you wish to call?
I'd like to call Miss Sherry Freeman because she's actually at the courthouse and has to go, but she's been in and out. So Miss Sherry
I don't
Freeman.
see, is Ms. Freeman on, I don't. All right, Mr. Art.
I'm here.
Ms. Freeman, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, your witness, ma'am.
Ms. Sherry, can you just speak to the panel on things you've witnessed in my life, as well as what you've witnessed at Addie Love's Soul Food Restaurant?
Oh, look, I've been sitting here listening to much of what everybody has had to say. And I'd like to say that, you won't find a more generous, heartfelt person in DC than Bernadette James. I and my grandchildren have been benefactors of events that she has put on, school drives, feeding the homeless, providing clothing for the homeless, cancer awareness events, just generously giving and pouring out to the community. I have been to Addie's Love Restaurant several times, and I have never, when I've gone there, witnessed any adverse behavior in the community or outside of the restaurant. Um, I she is a businesswoman who cares deeply about her businesses and her customers and her employees and has always been faithful to DC and her surroundings. So I have not, been pleased with the testimony that I'm hearing from some people, and I don't know where it's coming from. But I honestly think that by granting her this license, it will have no bad impact on the community or any of the customers, any residents around the restaurant. I just think, by not granting it would be truly an injustice.
Thank you. One other question. In visiting Addie Loves Soul Food, have you witnessed any type of crime, or have you been afraid to walk up to the establishment? Have you been threatened in any kind of way?
No, I've never
while
witnessed
visiting?
any crime. I'm not afraid to come in the area to the restaurant any hour of the day or night that it is open. As I said, I've been there many of times. So I've sent family there to get something to eat up there. So I I don't know where the concerns are coming in at or who has an issue and is raising these concerns.
Okay. Thank you so much for your statement.
Thank you.
That's it for Miss Sherry Freeman. You're muted.
That's one of the reasons why I try not to put myself on mute. Mr. Hobbs, do you have any questions of Ms. Freeman?
Sure. Yeah, question one, Ms. Freeman, just to find out, do you reside in the Northeast Boundary neighborhood? And do you happen to attend any of the Northeast?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what I did. Hold on. Did you answer Ms. Did you give an answer, Ms. Freeman?
She's on mute.
Ms. Freeman, you're on mute.
Oh, I'm sorry. He asked, I'm sorry, I was on mute when I answered. He asked if I reside in the Northeast Boundary. I told him I absolutely do.
And I was wondering, had you attended or did you attend any of the Northeast Boundary or the ANC meetings?
No, I did not.
Okay. In terms of you said you've been to the established multiple times.
Yes.
And you haven't seen any of the prostitution or the speeding or issues with parking?
I have not.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions by the board members? All right, Ms. Freeman, thank you very much for your testimony. You're free to go.
You're welcome.
Any other, you have another witness, ma'am? Ms. James, you need to unmute yourself.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes.
All right, Ms. James, I will allow you to keep your mic open.
Okay.
if you promise me that I'm not going to hear any noise in your background, ma'am,
Okay.
okay?
All right. Thank you. All right.
All right. Go ahead, Ms. James. You
So,
have another witness?
yeah, I
Um,
do have
who's,
another
who's
witness.
your next? Who's your witness?
I'll call Mr. Charles Jones really quick.
Sir, is I see. Is that Mr. Jones? Mr. Thornton is that the same? Oh,
Yeah, I'm
I'm sorry.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Which one of the persons?
Okay,
Charles.
I'm gonna call Mr. Charles Thornton. He just lost his brother, and he probably has to get to the funeral home. But so I thank you for
All right, Mr. Thornton. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I had thank you first for the opportunity.
Hold on a minute, Mr. Thornton. She needs to ask you a question first, sir. Okay. She needs to ask you a question, and then you need to respond. Okay.
Yes.
Thanks. Go ahead, Miss.
Mr. Jones, Mr. Thornton, can you speak to the panel on my character as well as the restaurant,
Absolutely.
the
And
surrounding area?
sure. And
I'm sorry, and what you've seen, any progress you've seen since Addie Loves has been in operation?
absolutely, I can. Again, I want to thank the chairperson and the board for allowing me an opportunity to speak at this hearing and in answer to the question. I am a third generation Washingtonian, and I am within the Northeast boundary. I grew up in Ward 7. I currently live in Ward 7, again, in the Northeast boundary. And I'm a frequent user of the restaurant. I frequent the restaurant. You know, that's my home, you know, that whole area. As relates to your character, you know, I think it's been said, it's been said, and I think it's I concur with all that has been said. You know, one thing I would add, um, you know, to be able to provide the services to the community, and have an established business, that really gives back to the community, really speaks, of your character. And, to be a Ward 7 resident, graduate of H.D. Woodson High School, and in my, assumption, I could be wrong, you could probably live anywhere you want to live, but to be living in Ward 7 speaks to me about your character. I've been with you and around you, and I've seen the services that you provide and how you try to help the community, and not try, how you have had a major impact on, Ward 7, and in particular, the community where Addie Love is at. Again, being a third generation Washingtonian, I know what was there prior to Addie Love, Kowloon Restaurant. All right. And again, that's my home. I grew up there. So I watched the neighborhood change. I watched even myself, I'm having to, not going out to PG County and having a place I could come and, order food, and not have to worry about going across the line. I personally have not been, concerned whatsoever about my safety while visiting, Addie Love. I was, again, being a third generation Washingtonian, I was there when it was Doc Liquor Store before Skips. So I know what was there. So again, I'm one of the ones who, asked, well, why don't you, sell beer or wine, because it prevents from having to go across the street, around the corner, and other places when folks come in to grab a meal. And I think it was mentioned earlier, that, and while I'm there, most of the folks there, are from the community. Kirk, Mike, all us, we walk up to your restaurant, so there's not a whole lot of car traffic, and I know there's been a lot mentioned about traffic, consumers, where people going to park, et cetera, et cetera. But, in talking to you and from just what my experiences has been, it's the folks that come there every day. So it's not really new anything. It's the folks that come there every day that even ask why you're not doing this. So these are frequent people. These are people that have established, that's a good place to come. So we're asking, and I certainly, 100% support, you receiving the license, again, your character speaks for itself, but from a business perspective, the folks that are coming there, it prevents them from having to go somewhere else. These are people that are right within that vicinity, who are coming up there, and so again, I just, man, I just again want to get on here. Like I say, I am in the process of burying a brother, but this means so much to me that I took the time to be here, to support you, and it's again, because of who you are and what you do. And I think it's a great idea for the community. I can't understand why people would push back, on this, especially when we're talking about individuals who are coming there that are requesting this. This is not something that, and, I mean, I can take my change, go across the street, I can go around the corner. But the reason I bring it to you, because I know it's going to have an impact on the community as well. It ain't just going to leave your shop, go wherever the owners are at, and there's nothing being given back. I've participated and I've seen Christmas toy drives. The street, I mean, you go up there now, you mentioned it earlier, the street is clean. I remember when it wasn't. And in most areas, when you have certain shops that open up, especially crowds, it brings an element with it. That element has not come to Addie Love. There's nobody hanging out. There's nobody selling weed. There's nobody selling drugs. None of that. So I don't even understand where where all this is even coming from. So again, I'm here to support you, and I hope what I said will have some, kind of impact on the granting of this license. But it's just sad to see it even being pushed back. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You covered all of my questions. So thank you, and my condolences. I appreciate you.
All right, thanks. Mr. Holmes, do you have any questions you want to ask?
Yes, again, Mr. Thornton, again, I was going to ask you, you said you currently live in the Northeast Boundary Civic Association?
Yes.
Okay, so that means you're able to vote in the district?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of how close are you? Do you live on a block or street close to this location or any commercial location?
I live on 58th Street. It's on 61st.
58. Okay. All right. And so in terms of when you're over in that location, you haven't seen were you able to see any of the prostitution that occurs?
There's prostitution on Eastern Avenue, Mr. Holmes, and you know that it's been there for over 10 years, or maybe even longer than that.
I'm asking about that location, around that location. So
I have not yet seen any prostitution during the hours I've been there, right in that proximity, in front of that location. Now, as mentioned earlier, I've been there, passing through 2, 3, 4 in the morning, but at no point that I've ever seen anyone out in front, especially during business hours or while that place was open, prostituting. I have not. And I'm a frequent user of the restaurant.
Okay, and you haven't seen any issues with parking from that side or throughout the neighborhood?
No, I mean, no, I haven't. It's a lot of abandoned houses on 61st. There's parking on Dix. I've always seen space. I drive myself. Usually I walk up there because of the close proximity. But when I drive, I've never had an issue with parking.
Okay, and by saying you're saying abandoned, are they abandoned residential, abandoned commercial?
Both.
All right, that's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Any questions by the board members? Mr. Thornton, thank you very much for your testimony. Have a great day, sir.
You too. Thanks.
Ms. James, do you have another witness?
I do. I would like to call Mr. Charles Jones.
Mr. Jones,
Yeah.
do you swear or affirm? Raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You're a witness, ma'am.
Mr. Jones, first question is, how long have you lived in DC?
I've lived in DC for over 32 years.
32 years. And where have you lived?
So I actually lived in Ward 7 for about 20 years, and actually I lived downtown DC. So I lived east of the river, and now I live west of the river.
Thank you. Have you been to Addie Love's Soul Food?
Oh, I'm sitting there smiling. Yes, I'm a little bit mad I saw that menu because the food looks so great, but absolutely I've been to Addie's. Absolutely.
Yeah. Great. And why do you support Addie Love's?
Well, I support Addie Love for many reasons. One, as I mentioned to you all a few minutes ago, that I live west of the river. It would have been so nice to be able to go places. And one of the things that, for me, one of the reasons why I moved, because there was a lack of access. So I wasn't able to kind of eat and really enjoy myself and bring family to places. So instead of me driving from Ward 7 over in Southeast to Northwest, I moved to Northwest because for me, it wasn't the same type of access. And so that meant a lot to me, and that's why I support it. But outside of the great food, the good service, and actually, as I said, I've been in the day and in the evening, and I've not seen any of it. And so I'm very proud of the work that has been done, not just by you, but just the community of trying to uplift and bring people together. You didn't ask this, but if I can keep going on just another second about some of the work that I've done, I have served thousands of DC residents, and most of them east of the river. And just the economic piece that you bring, this place is allowed to bring, hiring people from the community, which is so important.
Yeah.
And people having an opportunity. One of the things through the programs that I've operated in the city, it was about people wanting access. And so this gives us an opportunity on people to have access.
Yes.
And for us to take that away, or not even to grant it, to me, it's something that we as a people have been looking to see happen. And so for me, I support the restaurant. I support the work that you've been doing in the community. And if I can just share my first experience there, I heard about the restaurant. I ran a program called Project Empowerment. I started like 20 something years ago to support people coming home from incarcerated and getting employment. I first went there, and guess who I see? A person that's working in the back that's actually come to the program.
Yes.
And that means a lot. And again, I'm not just a couple years ago since I've seen them, but that's the point of the work. That's the point of having a community. And so the work that you've done, and again, living downtown is great, but it would be even better if I was living in a space where I can have food. And so I'm able to move here, but many people aren't. But just think about having the ability that people can go and eat and enjoy themselves and put money back into the community, opposed to having people to come from Northeast or Southeast to Northwest to give their money. When you could be in a space and there's safety issues, there's so much that happens when we allow, a lot of good things that happen when you allow people to live and eat where they live, to eat and have a drink where they live. And one of the things Mr. Thornton mentioned was a lot of foot traffic. Talking about safety, people are able to get home after having food and having maybe a drink. So for that reason, I am totally supportive of it. I have family that lives on Dick Street, and I still have my home over in Ward 7. And actually, one of the renters had actually been to your place as well. Yes, because they want soul food. So they want to go over there, they want to eat, they want to enjoy. So I thank you for having it and also allowing me to be able to continue to rent, because people are looking for places to go. East of the river. Yes. So.
Thank you so much. And just to mention, I have people that just Google soul food and they.
All right, Ms. James, you need to ask my question.
I'm sorry. I have one other question for Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, in visiting Addie Love, did you feel safe? Did you feel threatened at any time?
No, I actually didn't feel threatened. I felt completely safe. It was a great place place to go. Again, not just to eat. The food was great, but no. And I parked on the side, walked right on in, and again, I ended up seeing someone that came to the program that was actually working. So no, that was not an issue for me.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Holmes, do you have any questions?
No, again, my questions I was asking, he's already established that, Mr. Jones, you did state you don't live in the area anymore, and that what you say you rent there, correct? You are not rent, but you're a landlord there.
I have a landlord there, and I actually lived there for over 20 years. And I also mentioned that I actually ended up moving to the side of the river because there was lack of access.
Mm-hmm. And so, have you ever been back to any of the ANC or any of the Northeast Boundary meetings to hear about any of the issues and concerns about all the economic development that's occurring in that area?
Mr. Holmes, I mean, I don't care about.
Well, because there are folks saying that they have not heard of any of this, where there were several meetings about this that we had.
But that's not relevant here, sir. That's not relevant here. I'm just saying I don't care if a person's never been to your ANC meeting. You've asked all these questions. I don't care. I don't care if no one has ever been to the Northeast. Okay, so that's not relevant to a hearing. So let's move on from there, sir.
Okay, so have you noticed the prostitution in the area, sir, on that block?
Not on that block, no, I have not.
Okay, in terms of the cars speeding, you've noticed any of that?
No, I've not. And I'll tell you, I mean, again, I've not seen it. I'm sorry.
You were able to park street parking or in the parking lot when you ever able to attend there?
Yes. So the times that I've been there, I've parked on the side. Now, what I didn't share was that I also brought some of my colleagues with me, and they actually parked in the parking lot.
All right. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions by any board members?
I'm sorry.
Mr. Jones, thank you very much for your testimony, sir.
Thank
Ms.
you.
James, have a great day, sir. Thank you. Ms. James, any you have another witness?
Yes, I have Miss Tammy Taylor.
Ms. Taylor, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Ms. Taylor, I'm going to ask you the same questions as I asked the previous witnesses, yes. So can you just talk about the things that you've noticed, how your visit was to at Addie Loves, and just speak about the things you've seen with me in the community.
So first of all, I am Tamika Taylor, Tammy Taylor. I know Miss James. I was fortunate to be her lawyer on many matters dealing with her other businesses in the District of Columbia. I'm barred in the District of Columbia, Maryland. And our relationship started because I was a young lawyer in need of clients. And she was one of the first people to give me a shot in the District of Columbia, and taught me a lot of growing lessons, but we got through it, and we have a great relationship. She is a business owner. I was able to come to her establishment when it had its grand opening. In fact, I was there watching her make that come into existence from the very beginning. I saw what the community looked like. Before that, what she was trying to do. I didn't think that the vision was going to happen because of the area. But when she opened it, man, I was just floored. Beautiful establishment. The food, I love soul food. I'm from the South, so I eat soul food all the time. And everything on the menu was quite delicious. My husband came with us for the grand opening. We didn't have a hard time parking, even though there was a lot of people there. Since that time, I don't live in the district. I live in Prince George's County, but I can come down that way from time to time, especially during the pandemic, and was able to pick up dinner for my family. I never had a problem with parking. Never saw any kind of criminal activity happening at the establishment because safety is paramount. I know that, being in the business, and never had that problem. It was clean. Just an enjoyable site. And I was glad to see that because most times in that corridor of Northeast, a lot of times you either have to go all the way down to Prince George's County or you go deep into the city to get something to eat. And so for the residents, a lot of them are my former clients and clients. You know, it's good that they have a place where they can come and enjoy some of the same things that a lot of us who are able to move out and do a lot of things can do. And so, but wonderful establishment. Ms. James is, as everyone has said, I don't want to be redundant, but has given back to the community in so many ways through her businesses. I mean, she's invited me out to do things. And when we get the call, we come because we know that it is empowering to the people that she serves. And if that's what we are called to do, then that's what we do. She is a leader in the community. So the establishment I have not seen, I've been there several times, not seen any criminal activities, no littering issues. You know, and I frequent, I'm not a night person, so I'm there during the day. So I have not seen any kind of prostitution, but I can tell you that as a lawyer, when I did do a lot of criminal cases in the way back, I didn't get a lot of cases from Northeast. They were Northwest cases. So I just want to put that out there.
Okay. Thank you
Any
so
other questions,
much.
ma'am?
No questions for me.
Mr. Holmes, any questions?
No, like I said, you said you went there during the daytime, so you didn't see anything, any the speeding or none of the prostitution that occurred. Which
I did not see any prostitution. I did not witness any speeding, traffic violations. I was able to park and for the grand
and on the
opening
street.
In the area, the parking area.
Okay.
And let me just add this: when she was operating the daycare, or when she operated the daycare center there, I actually had to come there because she was my client, and I never had a problem with parking. So, I mean, that's just full disclosure.
All right. Thank you. No questions.
Any questions by any board members?
Okay.
Ms. Taylor, thank you very much for your testimony. Have a great day.
All right.
Thank you.
Any other witness, Ms. James?
I have one last witness. I'm not sure. She had another meeting to attend, but I'm going to call Ms. Tanya Wingfield if she's available.
Ms. Wingfield, are you available? I see you on the screen, but you're not on the screen. Ms. Wingfield, are you there? Can you call her to see if she's there?
Yeah. She may not be available, but I'll try calling her.
And she's your last witness, ma'am?
Okay, yeah, she's my last witness, and I'm not getting an answer, so I'm going to assume she's not available.
Okay.
And that's
All right.
the witnesses that I have.
Were you planning to testify yourself, ma'am?
Yeah, I am.
You know that if you testify, that Mr. Holmes has an opportunity to cross-examine you.
Okay.
I just want you to know that, ma'am. All right. So I don't want you to go on for the rest of the day, but I'll give you, this is normally someone asks a question, so I'll give you an opportunity to briefly. But Mr. Holmes will ask you questions, and the board might have some questions of you. So can you raise your right hand, ma'am?
Yes,
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Well, why don't you briefly, maybe you can share something that other folks have not shared. I mean, I've heard that everybody loves you. You're the best thing since sliced bread. I've heard that from everyone else, so I don't need you to say that, ma'am, okay? All right.
No,
So something different.
not
All
gonna
right, ma'am.
say that.
And I
Thank
wasn't
you.
being facetious.
I
I wanted
know.
to know that it's just with the levity. As I said before, I allowed. I know some of the witnesses said the same thing, but again, it's a new restaurant, so so that's one of the reasons I allowed some of the testimony. But I don't need you to to say the same thing that I just heard, ma'am. Okay.
I won't. I promise. Thank you. So I would like to say that prior to me moving into or acquiring Addie Loves, because it used to be Kowloon Carryout, and the gentleman that I was renting from at the daycare center, he offered me the opportunity to open a restaurant because his family was actually, going back to their country. And we've been friends for many, many years, and he felt that I would do good there. And so I had never opened a restaurant before, but I've always been big on feeding the homeless or just feeding people, period. I was raised in that. However, I did have a few challenges opening, and the one challenge was all of the, let's just call them undesirables, used to hang out, trash was everywhere, prostitution was right there on Eastern Avenue, which is adjacent to where I am. And they would sometimes, come down and just nod out on the fence and, from the drugs and everything. But I established a relationship with those people and I treated them like people. And from me doing that, they began to respect what I was trying to bring to the neighborhood. And I'm going to share a really quick, brief story that I have to kind of show the panel that um, everything that you've heard about me is true. One time when I first moved in 2019, I'm going to say 2020. And by the way, we did survive COVID. But I was home sleep. I was resting. It was about 4 in the morning, and my alarm went off. And when it went off, I turned my camera on and I saw that someone had broken into the restaurant. So I jumped up and I ran to the restaurant to see what was going on. There was an abandoned house across the street from the restaurant, right next to Skip's liquor store. And there was about 10, 10 undesirables sitting on the porch. And when I got out of my vehicle, they all stood up at the same time as if they were a choir or something. And they said, "Hey, we've been watching your place till you got here, and we know who did it. We know who broke in and stole your register and all of these things." I was like, "Okay, all right, cool. Thank you for watching." And they let me have the information. They provided me with the information of the person that broke in and stole the register. He even told them to go ahead down there, and I just broke in this restaurant. You can go in there and get what you want. And they asked him, "What restaurant was that?" And he told them the name. He said, "Addie something." And they said, "Oh no, you've broken into the wrong establishment. We're not going to do that. We're going to stay here and wait." Fast forward, I go to the gentleman's house, to the address that they provided to me. I had a conversation with him, and he apologized. He took me to my register, and he took me. It was like 3 blocks from his house. He took me to the register. He gave me my register back, but of course the money was gone. And I told him, "Listen, either you're going to turn yourself in, or you're gonna have a hard time around here for the rest of your days." And he said, "Well, I guess I'll be going to jail today." So I put him in my car, took him to 6D Police Precinct, and he turned himself in with the evidence and a statement. And the commander was there, and he said, "Never in all the years that I've been here seen anyone bring the perpetrator in with the confession and with the evidence." And I said, "Well, today is that day. You can mark this one down." But I'm saying all that to say that even the undesirables care about the restaurant and they care about me. They care about how the community is growing. I've helped many of them go into programs and kind of get their lives on track. I had many that were prostitutes in the same area that I said, "Listen, you go into this program, you give me a year, you come back, I promise you a job." Even when I can't afford to pay them, I still keep my word. And I could bring a whole room full of people here to testify in reference to that. And again, I just like to say I build up, I don't break down. I am a community leader. I had no help from the ANC. As a matter of fact, Mrs. Gaffney, has frequented my restaurant many, many times, loves the food. So I just wanted to say that on my behalf. Like those things were actually happening, but once I moved in, they all dissipated. We don't have that problem over there anymore, any longer. And that is it for me. Thank you so much.
Mr. Holmes, do you have any questions of the witness based on her testimony?
Yes. Ms. James, will you, in terms of your with liquor sale, what percentage of sales were you expecting to achieve with the liquor license?
I'm not sure at the moment. We'll just have to see once, if it's granted. I can give you a better number after I've been in operation with it for a while.
Do you intend to use all of the hours listed to sell liquor from 7 to 11 p.m.?
I'm not sure. I just want to be able to have the community to make that choice for themselves. Have a lot of working class people there who would like to stop in for a drink and a meal, and it's good that they can have a meal with a drink because I'm told the two should go together. And they deserve to come in and have a glass of wine with their meal or a beer. That's not up to us.
So in terms of, do you see it as is a good majority of sales? Is it carry out versus dining in?
Both.
Both?
Mostly dining in. Yeah, I've met so many people through the restaurant that have come from all over. We have Washington, D.C. has many visitors from all over the world, and they don't even stay. Their Airbnb could be downtown, uptown, but when they Google and they see the reviews of Addie Loves, they come. I've met many friends. Some has even asked me to open up in their hometown.
Okay, do you have, in terms of events, or most of your events are in the location, or do they ever come outside of the building?
Most of my events are held at my community center, where I have a big parking lot. But if I'm doing something uh, quick for the community, yeah, sometimes I will hold a few events out front, but that's not often. Majority of the time, I need to be either at my event center or at my space on Sheriff Road.
Okay, so then how many tables do you have at the current location?
How many tables do I have at the current location?
Yes, ma'am.
Right now, we have about 8. And we're comfortably seating, you know, the volume of people that come in.
Okay. And then in terms of, would you, is this, in terms of your application, I believe your application says it is for drink dining. Do you have like open containers? Are you going to open container, or was that the plan?
Was it the plan to have open containers?
No, yeah, open container in terms of, is it single sale, or were you talking about, I believe what you said at the community meetings, you're talking about wine, or was there?
Whatever adults like to drink is fine with me. Yeah. That I'm able to sell legally through ABRA.
All right. And did you say something, I believe, at the community meeting about expansion?
Did I speak to the community about expansion?
Yes, restaurant expansion.
Oh, absolutely. The funding never became available. I would love to expand.
Okay. Oh, okay. So it's funding related. There was questions trying to figure out if it was just something that was coming next automatically. All right. All right, that's it for now. Thank you. Thank you.
Miss James, why are you applying for liquor license?
I'm sorry, you said, why am I applying for a liquor license?
Yeah.
This is what my customers have been asking for because they've been telling me that, listen, when are you going to get a liquor license? I would like to sit down and have a meal and a drink. I love the environment. I love the conversations here, and it just goes hand in hand. And I would also like to say, if I can, I don't want to overstep, that we have a lot of my customers travel via Metro bus and the subway because we're close to both. A lot of them are just, they right there to drop off. And I like for a lot of my parents to have date nights and away from the kids where they can just come and reconnect. So it's really for the community. The community has been asking for this license.
So
And I think,
why do you believe that your application is appropriate for this neighborhood?
oh, I have a lot of people, again, that visit from all over, even the working class uh, residents that's in the area. They like to get away from home and their kids as well sometimes. It's a family establishment. And to me, it goes hand in hand. I don't think they should be limited to just food. I think if they wanted to come into the restaurant to unwind, to watch a game, or just to have conversation, that they should be granted that. They shouldn't have to go all the way up northwest or in PG County or Calvert County or anywhere else. They can come right there to their neighboring restaurant.
Oh, so what specifically, what is it that you serve?
I'm sorry.
Specifically, what type of food do you serve? What food do you serve?
Oh, we have a wide variety of food. We sell soul food, baked macaroni and cheese, oxtail, greens, fried cabbage, fried corn, fish, ribs, chicken, and it's all cooked fresh every day. Every day. We have our own homemade cornbread. Everything is made from scratch. And I vow not to give my customers any old food. The food that's left at the end of the day goes to my friends that watch uh, the restaurant for me. Any homeless person, anyone that's hungry, I'm going to feed them.
All right, so what time do you open in the mornings?
I open at 7 a.m.
So what do you serve at 7 a.m.?
Oh, we have breakfast. We have chicken and waffles. We have shrimp and grits. We have spam. We have crab cakes. We have everything. It's endless. Everything. You name it, we have it.
So you also have a lunch menu?
We do have a lunch menu. We do have
Uh,
a lunch menu. Yep.
and
And
so,
by the way, um, that menu that was provided to you, I think it was exhibit. It was one of his exhibits, but it was the menu that's old. We have a brand new revived.
so what
Uh,
kind of menu is it? So, ma'am, I don't know your restaurant, ma'am. So you're asking, so I'm asking about your restaurant. So what kind
yeah,
of
we
menu?
we sell we sell all soul food. Anything like if you can imagine
What's soul
Thanksgiving.
food? Ma'am, this is your opportunity.
Okay,
What is
this is my
on your
opportunity.
menu?
Okay. We sell you okay. Thank you, Kate. we have we have classic BLTs. Let me just start with breakfast. We have bacon and egg and cheese. We have scrapple. We have salmon cakes. We have breakfast wraps. We have shrimp and grits. We have boiled eggs. We have oatmeal. We have corned beef hash. We have home fries, homemade. We have all sorts of breakfast platters. And for the kids' meals, we have chicken nuggets, macaroni and cheese. We have broccoli. For the kids, we have sliders. Uh, we have tuna fish sandwiches, Philly steak and cheese, deli subs, fish subs, uh, chicken cheese steaks, chicken wraps, jerk chicken, curry chicken, crab cakes, hamburgers, cheeseburgers, turkey burgers. We have pork chops, living onions is everyone's favorite. Uh, baked chicken, yeah, meatloaf, mashed potatoes. Uh, we have onion rings, French fries. We have all sorts of salads. We have homemade strawberry shortcake, banana pudding, sweet potato pies. We have the number one favorite is the peach cobbler. Uh, I mean, we have it all. We want you to have a variety of choices that Addie loves.
All right. So tell me a little bit about your business experience. I think you mentioned that you opened this restaurant in 2019. So, but have you ever sold alcohol legally in any other jurisdiction?
No, I have not. I have a sister that is she's like the most sought after bartender. She's excellent. And I would put her in charge of that because the one thing I like about her is when she thinks that a customer has had too much, she will immediately cut them off. She doesn't allow you to, she'll make you drink water. She's more experienced at that. So I would put experienced people with that. Yeah.
So, what have you yourself taken any specific courses
Not yet, but
regarding
I'm
alcohol?
planning to. I'm planning to take some courses because I love to be hands-on with all of my businesses. So I plan to take a few bartending classes. Yeah.
Right. So you're saying that if this license is granted, that you're going to have your sister. So How long has she
Oh
been
my
as a
gosh, she's
bartender?
older. She's older than I am, and she's been bartending for about the same amount of time as I've been in business, so about 30 years. Yeah. She's been around. Yep.
Do you know where does she work as a bartender?
She did prior to her being in a car accident. She just had her hip replaced. She's coming along good. It's been a year, and she's ready to get back into it.
So what
Yeah.
type of places? What type of places do you know she worked in?
She worked in she worked in restaurants. She worked in it's all been in down 210. It's called the Game Room. You ever heard of a place called Game Room? Martinis. She's been around, and they too sell food and alcohol. But she's very well known.
Now, what do you plan to, if this license is granted, what type of alcohol do you plan to serve? Is it beer, wine,
Beer,
or is it
wine,
beer, wine, and
yep,
spirits?
beer, wine, and spirits. Yep. Yes.
And what is your current certificate of occupancy for your establishment? Or what type of, I'm sorry, you have a certificate of occupancy saying what? What type of establishment is it that you have? You probably
Right.
provide that to agency. I'm just trying to get some
I
clarification.
did. Right now, it's categorized as just a restaurant, a soul
And
food.
so the restaurant. So what's the occupancy load on your certificate of occupancy?
75 right now. But during the pandemic, uh, we didn't have any sit-ins at the time, and I had that bar built, the counter built, and I kind of closed the kitchen off to make the kitchen a little larger, because I didn't know when we were going to be out of the pandemic, but again, we survived the pandemic, and our sales never went down during the entire time COVID.
All right. Any other questions by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Yes.
You're on mute, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you very much for your coming in to testify before us today. I can really say this is my third term on the board. You're one of the most compelling, and knowledgeable persons who've ever come before me since I've been on the board as ABC or
Yeah, thank you,
ABCA
Mr. Short.
person. In fact, I got hungry listening at that menu.
Well, please feel free to stop by.
I live in Ward 7, so
Oh, good.
I won't say anymore. Mr.
Okay,
Chairman, thank you
good.
for allowing me to speak. And again, congratulations. And keep on doing the community work because that's what we in Ward 7 are known for.
Absolutely.
Hospitality and hard work.
Absolutely.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you so much.
That's all. Thank you, Mr. James. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Thank you.
Mr. Grant.
Thank you, Ms. James, for your work in the community, and thank you for being here today, specifically for this hearing. I had a couple of questions. Earlier, I asked Investigator Prout about the use of the space currently for some of the programming that you have. And I had a question about your ability to ensure that in the event that you're given a license, that you would be able to delineate or separate the programming for young people um, with the responsibility of having a license. So I want you to speak a little bit to that, if you've planned that out yet or not.
Oh, absolutely. A lot of my things with the youth are at my facility that's on Sheriff Road in Northeast. I do not in any kind of way encourage drinking, smoking, or anything that will harm them in their growth in any manner. So I have a separate place for them. If I wish I could show you around the facility that I have for the children, but it will definitely be separated from what the adults do. But I mean, I've been out with my grandchildren, out to dinner for a glass of wine. It's that's just what it is. I don't think it's any harm, but I won't encourage that for the youth. That's what you're saying.
Sure. My second question, so I'm a former ANC commissioner, and I'm also a person who's done community work. So I see both sides of this matter, from the commission side and from your side as an activist. And so my question is, I know the ship has sailed in terms of any sort of agreements between you and the commission, but I wanted you to speak to any thoughts that you had, given the fact that you do community work as extensively as you have. Any thoughts around your plan to work with the Civic Association, the commission, just in general with respect to the business changes that you're seeking with respect to the application?
Um, Not at this time, and that's only because I'm so busy in the community, and a lot of times the youth that I do work with, I need to be hands-on. I rather run to one of my youth homes to have a conversation with him versus taking a chance on him, you know, going out and snatching a purse or getting into a stolen vehicle or, any of those things that's been happening in DC. I'd rather save their. I just don't have the time to to kind of partner with the ANC because I'm doing real work out here. And again, the cleanup that happened in front of Addie Love's, that all came with volunteers and me just building relationships with the people in the community, including the undesirables. So I
Just for my
can't exclude anyone.
just for my clarity on that question, one follow-up and I'll be done.
Mhm.
Are you open in the event that there's an opportunity to work with the ANC, in the event that you have the young people that you're working with, you have the other folks who are adults you're working with, just are you open to working with the commission in general with respect to solving some of the problems that may occur in the area?
I mean, like I said, I've been there for 5 years. Prior to me opening Addie Loves Soul Food, I was across the street right next to Skip's Liquor Store for about 10 years. And I've never had that problem. They haven't helped me thus far. The mayor did a walkthrough a while ago and she granted the easement to me. I have a letter from her congratulating me on the establishment and what I'm doing in the community. And just to be honest, I no, I don't. It's just one of me, and I like to stay hands on with these kids. We have enough going on in the area. I can't sit in their meetings. I don't like things being made up. I'm a realist, and I'm going to be honest always. And a lot of stuff that's been said is just haven't been honest and open. So no, just to answer your question, I do not.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I'm finished with my question.
All right, thank you. Mr. Holmes, do you have any questions that of Ms. James based on the questions that were asked by the board?
No.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. James, do you rest? Meaning that you have presented your case?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So at the end, I will give you an opportunity to do a closing for you to tell me what it is that you want. I timed this actually perfectly. It is 3:57.
Yes,
So
you did.
I guess all the folks who said I did give them an idea what time we are going to start. So it's 3:57. We're going to take a 15-minute break. So we're going
Okay.
to be off the record until 4:15.
Okay.
So we'll go off the record. Just mute your camera and your line, and we will come back on the record at 4:15. And that, Mr. Holmes, you can start presenting your case, sir. Okay? All right, 4:15. Okay, we're back on the record. Are you there, Mr. Holmes?
Yes, I am.
And Mr. Holmes, have you been able to fix your camera, sir?
Say that again?
Have you been able to fix your camera?
No, I have not been able to go under my desk and rewire everything.
All right. How many witnesses do you have to testify, sir?
5, sir.
Again, all right. All right. Who's your first witness, sir? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, no, I'm sorry. You need to do your opening.
Open statement. All right. Thank you. I'll keep this brief, but again, ANC and the Northeast Boundary Civic Association, we have concerns about Addie Love receiving a liquor license because we know what liquor licenses, it will increase and or sustain foot and vehicular traffic for longer periods around the site. We continue to have asked basic business operation questions and have not received any answers from the applicant. Therefore, based on the protest, we are requesting dismissal of the application or change to the application to reflect the current state of the business.
What do you mean change the operation? I mean, I understand.
Change the application?
I'm sorry?
Change the application.
What do you mean change the application?
Well, I think what was talking about the times you said was one of the things that we were discussing. Let's see, let me look at the other piece here. I have the application right here.
Well, I guess you provide testimony, and I guess at the end you'll in your closing you will basically tell the board what is it that you're requesting and why you're doing. So you can do that closing. I was just trying to get clarification so I know what to look for.
Thank you.
All right. So, but as I stated before, the two areas of concerns are the hours and the capacity and the impact that these will have on peace, order, and quiet.
Peace, order, quiet, and parking per our initial document.
Fine. All right. Who's your
They're all
first
part of the same record.
All right. Who's your first witness, sir?
Yes, the first witness is going to be Commissioner Carrie Brown.
I'm sorry. Who?
Commissioner Carrie Brown. She was on, but I don't see her on now. Something happened.
Well, she can put in that she can.
She was on before break.
Well, I don't know why she would have disappeared, sir, unless she logged herself off.
Oh, there she is.
No, didn't disappear, Chairman.
All right, Ms. Brown, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Your witness.
Yeah. So, Commissioner Brown, wanted you to just provide us your experience of us being able to working on this case and discussing the liquor license impact and all the meetings that you've been to based on this and the community concerns, if you would.
Sure. First, I want to thank the board for their time. We appreciate your efforts and your service to the city. Next, just briefly, I'd like to state, Ms. James, that your service to the community is without question and most certainly appreciated. The community concerns center around those that have already been stated. I won't belabor the point there. Adverse impact to the community through parking, the increased foot and vehicle traffic, and the two others. I'll speak to those really briefly. I visited the establishment once, and in that time I did witness people that appeared to be drug users, and I'm not sure if prostitution was taking place or not. It appeared that way, but I'm not sure. And this was a visit at sometime between 6:30 and 8 p.m. on a weeknight. The specific weeknight I do not have, but if I'm given time and that information is needed by the commission, I will certainly I'll do my best to dig it out. The points that I'd like to make are three very quick points. The having businesses in the community that restaurants that do sell food are a huge asset in Ward 7. No one's debating that. I think the question here is how we marry the two. How do we honor community concerns and also ensure that the applicant is able to operate a thriving business and one that the ANC can support? So the one thing I will share is that I actually live in Ward 7, and I believe, I'm not sure of anyone else on the call, but I actually live on the street with a liquor store. And living on a street with a liquor store brings a whole host of concerns. And these concerns have already been mentioned by the commission. I will not, again, belabor the point. The points here are how do we, through this process, address the hours of operation? Because a business I believe Inspector Trout mentioned that 80% of the space around Ms. James, around the applicant's business is residential. How do we address people that will stay longer? Because if you visit a restaurant, it's quite different from fast casual. You're going to stay a little while longer. So how do we address that? What are the right hours? What works for the community? With this also brings noise. How do we address these potential problems, and what's our risk mitigation strategy here? And I do say our because I, again, believe this to be a collaborative process. And so I believe, looking at my talking points, I believe that's concludes my testimony. And thank you again, Commissioner, for your time.
Thank you.
Ms. James, any questions of Ms. Brown?
Yes, I do have a few questions for you, Ms. Brown. Thank you, Ms. Brown, for giving your testimony. How close do you live to Addie Love Soul Food?
Addie Love Soul Food is about 2 miles from my house. Again, my level of experience with this is living less than 100 feet from a liquor store, and knowing that in the summertime, my neighborhood is kind of not mine, and how I've had to work with that business owner to strike a more harmonious balance so that the neighbors and the community find a way to live together, if you will. So while I do not live on your street, I am more than familiar with living within 100 feet of a retail establishment, which, if I'm not mistaken, you may not. I know that you are in the neighborhood, but you do not share a block with a retail establishment. And that's my only point. Risk mitigation. How do we get in front of any potential problems?
Okay. And so you said 2 miles from Addie Love's, is that right?
Correct.
Yeah. And so you said you live near a liquor store, is that right? And what's the name of that liquor store?
Big D Liquor Store, 4169 Minnesota Avenue Northeast. And the liquor store closes, I believe, at 9 or 9:30. So
yeah, that's adjacent. I'm sorry. Is that adjacent to Minnesota subway station?
No, it is not. It's 2 blocks from Minnesota subway station.
Big D Liquor Store.
Correct, it is.
Okay. All right. So, and when did you visit Addie Love's?
It's been, again, I did not testify to the date. If I need to look it up, I can. But
just give me a roundabout time.
Within the last 4 to 6 weeks.
Within the last 4 to 6 weeks? Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
That's great. And when you came to Addie Loves, did you see any trash or loud noise or anything of that nature?
Again, I did witness a few women in the area that looked like they were drug users. By my account, I can't testify to the fact that they actually were or were not, but this was based on their appearance and what I saw. Trash in your parking lot, I don't remember seeing any trash in the parking lot, but in the surrounding area, yes, there was debris. But in your lot, I don't believe that there was. So I want to be very clear about that.
Yeah. Ms. Jones, I just want to remind you that you are under oath. And you're saying that you saw trash.
My name is Brown, and I said
Mrs. Brown.
Hold on, Ms. Brown. Okay, Ms. James, she said she saw trash, but it was not in the parking lot.
Okay,
That's what she
I'll
said.
take that.
I was very clear about
Maybe
that.
you didn't hear that, but I heard that. Okay, she said that. Okay, go ahead. All right, go ahead, ladies.
Okay.
All right.
And so when you saw the people that were, as you say, dressed like they were drug users, did you make a report to the authorities? Did you call the police?
I did not.
Oh, so you didn't feel threatened at that time?
Having brown skin, I don't threaten easily, so no. I didn't feel threatened, and ma'am, you confuse the issue. In my opinion, this is not whether or not I feel threatened or what exists in and around your establishment. Again, it is how you strike a harmonious balance between you, the applicant, and the community. That's it. I mean, and here's the thing, Ms. James, let me also say this on the record. Let me be very, very clear. There's no telling what you may see in front of Big D liquor store. So I am not singling you or your establishment out.
Yeah.
What I am saying is, with this comes an element, whether we like it or not, and how do we coexist? That's it.
Okay. So I just want to ask the question one more time because I don't think you answered it.
Sure.
Did you feel threatened?
No.
Okay, thank you.
But that does not mean that what I saw wasn't there.
Yeah. Okay.
Two things can be true.
All right. You have any other? You have no other questions, Mr. James? Is that correct?
Other questions for Ms. Brown?
Commissioner Brown, you said you live. One of your concerns is because you live close to another liquor establishment. Is that correct?
Correct.
Which is Big D Liquor. That's the name you mentioned, ma'am?
Correct.
Yeah. So you mentioned a liquor store. So do you know the difference between a liquor store license and a restaurant license, ma'am?
No. In terms of what?
I mean, are you aware that for a liquor store, you can purchase liquor and take it off property, but for a restaurant, you're supposed to consume the alcohol on property?
Correct. I'm aware of that. And to that point, the only point that I am making is when you add liquor, when you factor that in, there is the reasonable assumption, at least to me, that your patrons will spend more time there. That increased time is longer time on the street as it pertains to parking and it pertains to the parking lot, the applicant's parking lot being full. So yes, I'm aware of those things. And to me, there's a bit of cause and effect here. And that's all I'm trying to mention.
So what is the cause and effect? I mean, granted, this is an establishment that is, as she stated, that this is a restaurant that's been in operation for 5 years. That's from what I'm told.
Yes.
So irrespective of what decision that the board makes today, the restaurant is going to operate tomorrow. So what impact allowing a customer to consume alcohol while they're having a meal? What impact how does this impact the community?
Again, From my vantage point, and I do understand that the restaurant will continue to operate, I get that. From my vantage point, you now have customers that will spend more time there. Without liquor, when you have liquor, you take your time with your meal. You want to, if you are there with friends or others, then you're going to have a conversation, and this will last a lot longer than it normally would. Again, this is my opinion, without that element. So to the point is, you're going to have people there longer. Not saying you're not going to have people, and you actually may have more people, because to the applicant's point, this is something that's been requested by customers. So there is likely going to be, at least I hope that there is an uptick in traffic. I'm not sure what a liquor license costs, but got to pay for it some kind of way.
But I think that from what I heard, and maybe you can correct me, from what I heard, these are, at least one of the witness testified earlier, that these would be community people who would be walking to the restaurant. So are you saying that it's bad to have foot traffic, or are you saying that there's going to be a lot of vehicle traffic?
I'm saying that the vehicle traffic will be increased. I have no problem with foot traffic. And to the applicant's point, people come from all over the city to experience Addie Love's Soul Food Cafe. And if people are coming from all over the city, especially if they're out of towners, and the subway is not far away, but it's nearby, it's likely that these patrons show up in cars.
And how is this going to impact the community negatively?
I believe that, according to Inspector Trout, it's 80% residential, so this is going to be increased street parking. And again, I did not witness it, but according to the Northeast Boundary Association and the ANC, that there is also speeding that takes place on that street.
But do you know whether or not it's people who are leaving the restaurants who are speeding?
No, I do not, sir. To your point, I do not.
Now, can you tell us what? It's my understanding that the facility, the restaurant, currently closes at what, 8 o'clock? Is that, I think, currently at 8 o'clock?
That's correct.
Can you? No, ma'am, you can't respond.
Oh,
okay.
No, that is correct. Thank you, though, Ms. James.
All right. So, do you know what happens at 8 o'clock when the restaurant currently closes?
No. So my concern with here's the concern with hours of operation, is that the restaurant will be open longer. So I believe the proposed hours of operation will be until 11 p.m.
Right. So how will from 8 to 11 will negatively impact the neighborhood if the board was to grant? Because currently they close at 8 o'clock. So and without a liquor license, she can stay open till 11 o'clock currently if she wants to. So, and that's not. So she can currently operate till 11 o'clock if she so desires, because that's not something that's within our control.
Okay.
But now she's coming to us to say, because right now she can operate 24 hours, and I don't believe there's any restriction because she's serving food. Mm-hmm. Now, if we grant an alcohol license, now we would then put restrictions on her hours. So I guess what I'm saying to you, if the board was to grant her the hours for her to operate from 8 to 11, which is, I guess, all the board would be doing, it would be allowing her to serve alcohol from 8 p.m. till 11 p.m. How will this negatively impact the neighborhood, just as the sale of alcohol?
Again, I think with the sale of alcohol, there will be increased traffic, and I do believe that increased traffic will be vehicle traffic.
Oh. All right. Any other questions? I'm sorry, ma'am. Go ahead.
No, and then there's. I'll leave it there.
Ma'am, if you're not finished, please go ahead. Answer if you're not finished.
No, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate it. I'll yield to you.
Okay. Mr. Brown? Mr. Grant, I'm sorry. All right, Mr. Grant.
So where
Miss Brown, you're just getting me off my. All right, Mr. Grant.
Commissioner Brown, thank you for being here with us this afternoon, and thank you for your patience. How long have you been a commissioner?
This is my first term, sir.
Okay. All right, great. Welcome to the public service realm. Hope
Thank
the
you so
experience
much.
has been good. In your single member district, how many licenses are within that SMD?
Oh, that's a good question, sir. I don't even want to speculate. I can tell you that in 7C09, just from the renewal perspective, I believe that I've had 5 this year.
Got you. Okay. All right. Outside of your work as a commissioner, have you ever had any interactions with any other licensees, either in your SMD or outside the current SMD?
So interaction, no, but I have been keeping. There have been a few articles about license or applicants as it relates to other commissions, but experience in direct conversation, no. This is my first time.
Got you. In terms of your own personal perspective on licensees and the whole process of liquor license applications, and in your estimation, do you believe that there's a possibility that an applicant can be a good neighbor with a liquor license?
100 million trillion percent. And do I call you Mr. Grant? Are you Mr. or are you Vice Chairman? Do I just
You can call me Mr. Grant. Yeah.
Okay,
You can call me Mr. Grant.
Listen, I very much believe in respecting your positions and titles. You've earned it, and I will do it. It's an amazing question. Yes, I believe it, and that's the one thing I've tried to stress throughout this process. How do we become good community partners? Because we are just not here to support you. We want to support you. We want to see you succeed. And in turn, how can you support the community and the ANC if needed?
So I want to put the scope back a little closer to ANC 7C now, because my previous question was about just your general experience across the city and beyond. But in 7C, putting that hat back on at this moment, can you give me maybe 3 to 4 attributes of a licensee that you would consider to be a good neighbor? Like, walk me through, what do you think has to happen for a licensee to be a good neighbor to the commission and to the neighbors?
I think for a licensee to be a good neighbor, the first thing you've got to do is listen. There has to be an open line of communication, and it's not the community just talking at you. It's the community speaking with you and you speaking with the community. So it's communication. I think both sides have to recognize that there is a middle ground. So that's a part of the communication piece. I also think it's the way in which you operate that business. What are your hours? Are you being considerate of those that in the general vicinity, immediate vicinity, not general, but immediate, that will be impacted by operations? Again, it's how you maintain the property. That is a huge deal. And I'm repeating myself now, but just how we come together. How do we come together? Because it is possible. And I have seen examples of it in my short time on the commission.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Chair. I have completed my questions for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Short.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Brown. Forgive me.
Good afternoon, Mr. Short. How are you?
Just fine. Now, again, congratulations on becoming a ANC commissioner. This is your first term?
First term, sir.
So how long have you served?
19 months right now.
Okay. Have you any knowledge of the ABC or opera codes for the city? And do you know, and let me finish. And do you know that there's free training, especially for ANC commissioners at OPCA's headquarters?
Yes, I do know about the free training. Yes, indeed. I will say this a bit disparaging, but I stupidly volunteered to be or ran to be an officer in the commission. So I am making my way down to ABCA training and the buildings code training. So yes, I am aware of it. I have not made it yet.
That's
I will
urgent.
move, I will move it to the top of my list.
Great, because that's urgently important for you if you want to bring those or persons who in your ANC who are seeking to have licenses or renew licenses. If you don't really know the codes and you really don't know what their responsibilities are as owners and what the city expects, then you really can't enforce, in my opinion, effectively. Because if I'm not mistaken, and I think I know a little bit about Ward 7, downtown Ward 7 is not far from you there at Minnesota Avenue and Benning, correct?
It is not.
And there's a lot of new businesses coming there. A lot of them have alcohol, don't they?
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
So if you got a little training and you were able to say to persons who come before this board when you're here as a commissioner, one way or the other, you'd have some knowledge that could help the situation. And I would say to you, I know you've heard, or I hope you heard, a lot of the witnesses who testified for this licensee and the work that she's doing in the community and what she's bringing to the community. I would say to you, I worked for over 30 years with the DC Fire Department and retired as a fire marshal. And I could tell you that area of of Eastern Avenue and Southern Avenue has always been problematic. And the business prior, oh yeah, and
without a doubt,
the business prior to this licensee going in was arrested on several occasions, or people who they rented out to were arrested on several occasions. So I'm simply saying we have a person there now who's giving back to the community, who's bringing in people who wouldn't normally come, and giving this is a real restaurant. The problem I have with a lot of so-called restaurants is they don't have menus or can't tell you the hours or what they serve. This particular licensee has given us all of that today. So do you have a problem with her menu?
No, sir, I don't have a problem with the menu. What I
Okay.
do have a problem with is the lack of collaboration, sir. That's it. I want to see this applicant's business thrive. I appreciate everything that she has and continues to do in the community. I have done some homework, but all of the homework that I need to do, no. I've successfully negotiated 3 settlement agreements and I'm working on 2 more. Again, I don't object to the approval of this license. I do not. What I do object to is the lack of collaboration. Whether you all approve this license or not, as it's been pointed out by the commission, this business will continue to operate. With that, my question and point remain the same. How do we one establish a relationship, a partnership? How do we do that? Because I think
Okay.
it's necessary.
Miss Carrie Brown, you
Yes, sir.
asked a very intelligent question, and I'm going to try as best I can to give you an intelligent answer. If I were you, an ANC commissioner in that area, I would go over and have a meal one day. I would open up the door to collaboration and because I could say to anybody, I've been in that business. I've talked to the owner when I was there. I had a meal. This was wrong or that was right or whatever else. But if you've never been in there or know how it operates, then I think that you're kind of at I wouldn't say a disadvantage, but you're not as advantageous as you possibly could be in trying to get a collaboration with a business owner if you don't yourself know what's going on inside of the location. And so I would suggest to you and any of the other ANC commissioners, and I say that for this reason. Um, when I was the chairman of the Marshall Heights Community Development Organization, I tried to go to as many businesses as I possibly could in Ward 7. And I would suggest that for any public servant or anyone who wants to get into the community, get involved, know the people that you're dealing with, know the situations, and by collaborations, reach out to them first before they reach out to you. That's just my suggestion. That's all I have, and thank you, Commissioner Brown. Good luck to you and best wishes to you on your first term. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, thank you so much. And your advice is received. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. James, do you have any questions of Ms. Brown based on the questions that were asked by the board?
No, not at this time, but I do have a statement for Miss.
I'm sorry, it has to be a question based on, it has to be a question based on one of the questions asked by the board.
Okay, I have one question.
Yes,
Ms. Brown, have you ever tried to reach out to me directly or anyone at my establishment?
I have not, and I could ask the same of you.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. No more questions for me.
All right, Mr. Holmes, do you have any redirect?
No.
All right. Commissioner Brown, thank you very much for your testimony. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Holmes, do you have another witness?
Yes, our next witness is going to be Northeast Boundary President and former Commissioner Mary Gaffney.
Miss Gaffney, can you turn your camera on, please?
Unmute. Okay. I'm trying to, I don't see.
If you're having some issues, let me know. We don't need to do that. I prefer all the witnesses to testify so I can look at them.
See, you can look at the person.
Yes.
I don't see. I took it off mute, but now where is the camera?
I've seen Mr. Holmes many times, so that's one of the reasons why I'm not insisting that he figure his camera issue out.
Okay. Seeing how I couldn't get the camera, Mr.
I think that in the chat it said start camera, but if not, we will move on, ma'am. So, do you see where it says start camera?
See, share. Start video.
Right. Does that work? That doesn't work?
What, start video?
Yeah, that doesn't work. If that doesn't work, well, just, all right.
I click that.
Yes, all right. No, I can see you.
Oh, there's a little bit.
No, I can see you well. All right, ma'am. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Mr. Holmes, you're a witness.
Yes, thank you, President Gaffney. I wanted to ask you, can you please provide us details about this license request from the applicant and how the potential issuance would impact the Northeast Boundary community?
The applicant requests for Class C liquor license.
What liquor license, ma'am?
What did you say, sir?
I didn't hear. You said the applicant requested a class. I didn't hear what else you said, ma'am.
Oh, it will affect the community in a sense where more traffic will be involved. Secondly, the hours of operation because there isn't a distinguish between the hours of selling the liquor and the breakfast menu. The concern also is that the applicant applies for license from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. So I want to know if there is a distinction of the time selling of liquor license. I'm sorry, selling liquor or serve liquor than just serving the normal beverages in the restaurant. Excuse me. And a concern is that I frequent the restaurant a lot. I live just a block away. If the trees weren't there, I could look right at her business. And I don't see where the capacity of 70 person could be seated at this very moment. I just couldn't see that, and that's an issue. Parking, I know it's a little small place, but only about 4 cars could sit on that parking lot. And if you want to do accounting for the space, I know 1 space belonged to the church. And with all the services that she provides to the community, I have never heard of any of them. And I'm here 24/7 and see that store every day. And I have never received a notice that something is being done in the neighborhood for our participation. Most persons in the community just know the name Addie Love's Restaurant. Now, I just couldn't figure out exactly when, just in case the license is provided, what would be the differences in selling, I guess, maybe singles or what have you, when this license are supposed to been consume of beverages in the premises, on the premises or inside the premises. So how could you tell if there's a carry out and a non-carry out, so far as the beverages, the strong beverages concerned? There are so many things, and I don't want to go back to repeat because there are so many things that have been said today. So that's a concern. And I am so appalled about the services that are being provided in the neighborhood. Of course, there are prostitutes, drug addicts, all out there in front of the premises on the sidewalk, but I've seen it out there all the time. And just yesterday or before, I think yesterday, I have seen some strange persons sitting out there on the premises. I didn't know who they were. So the concern is receiving that license, and we don't know the hours exactly of serving the beverage, the alcohol. Is there going to be a distinction of what time you can serve that alcohol than not to? You have breakfast in the morning. You tell me somebody's coming there early in the morning and sit down and have their little consumption of whatever they want to have. So who determines the time for this alcoholic to be sold? And how are you going to determine maybe some young, big gentleman, I call it gentleman, probably could pass for someone 25 or 30. Yes. How are you going to know that they are able to purchase this beverage?
Do you have another question, Mr. Holmes?
No, thank you.
Ms. James, do you have any questions for the witness?
I do. Hello, Ms. Gaffney. How are you?
Hi, Miss James.
Feeling good today?
Wonderful.
Good. I heard you say that you frequent the restaurant. How's the food?
Miss James, let's not go on that, but because I'm online, I will say the food is good. I have no doubt about your food.
Okay.
So you don't have to ask me about the food anymore because the food is captured.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Ms. Gaffney, how long have you lived in near the restaurant?
Miss James? Oh, applicant?
You can say Miss James, Miss Gaffney. I mean, remember, Miss Gaffney. I know that you two have a relationship, but so she's going to ask you some questions, and I want you to answer to the best of your ability. Okay, ma'am?
Yes, thank you very much. Now, what was your question, Miss James?
Question was, how long have you lived near the restaurant? Because you said you could see it from your window.
I said I could have seen if the tree were
If the trees was down, right?
Right, that's right.
Okay.
How long I have lived?
Yeah, have you lived in the area?
Oh, I have lived in this area over 40 years.
Oh, wow. That's a mighty long time. And have you seen it get better or worse since Addie Loves has been established there?
No difference, Miss James.
No difference?
No, no difference. It's I know that there room for improvement, but I don't see any difference.
Okay. So, Ms. Gaffney, when you come to get your meals, do you feel safe?
No.
You don't? Oh, okay. Um, one question, and this, since they already know that we do have a somewhat relationship, do you remember the time that a gentleman was coming after you at Skip's liquor store and I blocked it? Do you remember me putting myself on the line for you?
Never remember something. I never knew anyone was coming after me. No.
Okay.
I've never been known, so I don't know where that came from.
Okay. You thanked me, but all right. So when you saw the strange things happening, did you call the police?
Listen, Miss James, my fingers aren't fast enough to dial 911. I call them all the time.
But did you call them for that day that you saw the strange things happening?
When I see something need to be acted upon, I dial 911.
Okay. Did you call them that day that you came to get your meal?
Oh, wait a minute. I didn't
Did you call?
say that when I went to get a meal, I saw some strange activity. I didn't say that. So we want to make this very clear.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So, Ms. Gaffney, when you make your rounds in the neighborhood, are you telling everyone that the whole area right there where Addie Loves is have not changed at all? It's the same.
Miss James, I would rather not answer the question, and I'd rather you not ask me that question.
Okay.
Miss Gaffney.
Okay, yes, sir. Excuse me. I will answer, sir.
Miss Gaffney. When I just want to explain something to you, ma'am. When someone brings you here to testify and Mr. Holmes asks you all those questions, then she has the right to also ask questions too. And so you can either say, I can't answer the question or I don't have an answer, but I don't, I can, but you can't say, well, I don't want to answer the question. Okay. So you have to answer the question if you can. Okay.
Would you repeat the question again, please?
Ms. Daphne, do you feel threatened when you come to the restaurant or when you frequent the area?
Okay,
At Skips or Addie Loves, do you feel threatened or scared?
well, I may be a little scared. And
Maybe
the
a
reason
little.
being, and I'll tell you why. The reason being is that section, the area where you are and the area where Skip's located, there are strange people there at all times.
Okay.
And of course I have felt a little strange, little nervous, but I continue to move anyway. So
yeah. Okay, so one last question, Ms. Gaffney. I'm just gonna let you go. Have you seen any change right there where Addie Loves is? Are there still a lot of undesirables passing out on the fence, or ambulance being called, or shootouts, or trash, or anything? Have you seen any improvement since Addie Loves has been there since 2019? Any?
well, I might say a little, but I really couldn't be so truthful to say yes. But I might say a little. But Miss James, if I could ask you a question?
No, Miss
Okay,
Gaffney.
sorry. All right.
You can't ask her a question. She's the only one who can ask questions, ma'am.
All right. Okay.
But maybe Mr. Holmes, if he knows what the question, he can ask when I give him a chance. But you can't ask her a question.
All right. Okay.
Do you have any other questions, Miss James?
I don't. Thank you so much, Ms. Gaffney, for your honesty. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Any questions by the board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening or good afternoon, Dr. Murray Gaffney.
Hello, Mr. Short.
Well, I'd like the record to reflect that I know Miss Murray, Dr. Murray L. Gaffney, and have known her for several decades, and she's a pillar of our community. And I'm glad she has a nice place to go get a meal now at this applicant's place. Although I know Ms. Gaffney, I would like to put on the record that it would not reflect in any way on how I vote on this applicant's application. And Dr. Gaffney, good luck to you and bless you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Any questions by any other board members? All right. I'll go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Dr. Gaffney, thank you for being with us this afternoon. I just have one question that I'll ask of you. Do you think that it's possible for a licensee to be a good neighbor to the residents and the associations that represent the residents in that area in question?
Yes, sir. I do think that the licensee should be a good neighbor in the community. And I think that the applicant should participate in the community activities just to get to know some of the people in the community.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gaffney. Mr. Chair, I've completed my questions for the witness.
Thank you. Mr. Holmes, do you have any? I'm sorry. All right. Ms. James, before I go to Mr. Holmes, based on the questions that were asked by the board, do you have any questions of Ms. Gaffney?
No, not at this
No?
time.
All right. Mr. Holmes, do you have any redirect?
No, thank you.
Well, Ms. Gaffney, you were introduced to us as Mary L. Gaffney, so I hear everyone referring to as doctor, but since you never share and I don't know you, so I'm still referring to you as Mary Gaffney. But if If I need to refer you to as Dr. Gaffney, since you were never identified that way, I do apologize, ma'am. But
That's all right, Honorable.
all right, well, thank you for being here today, and thank you for your testimony, ma'am. And I see you finally got the video figured out, so I was able to see your face. Thank you. Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you very much. Do you have another witness, Mr. Holmes?
Yes, I do. This would be Ms. Susan Williams. She's the Northeast Boundary Community Housing Committee Chair.
Ms. Williams, do you have a witness? Do you have a camera you can turn on, ma'am? Are you there, Ms. Williams? Your screen has changed, but I can't see you, Ms. Williams.
Am I on? I'm trying to unmute.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Ms. Williams. I cannot see you though. It appears that you might have something over your screen, but I can hear you.
I'm unable to turn my camera on.
No, well, your screen changed, but that's fine. We're not gonna All right, I can hear you. All right, can you raise your right hand? I'm trusting that Can you raise your right hand, please, ma'am?
Yes.
I can't see you, so tell me that when your hands are raised, ma'am.
My right hand is raised.
Okay, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Your witness, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, thank you. So, good afternoon, Ms. Williams. Can you please provide us details about these licensing requests from the applicant and how the petition issuance would impact the Northeast Boundary community?
Okay. First, I'm a little hoarse, so I hope you can hear me. First, I want to say that I live at 58 and Dick Street Northeast, and I lived here for over 50 years. And I have noticed people sitting on the sidewalk adjacent to the establishment, but not on the premises of the establishment. And these are just a bunch of men sitting on the sidewalk talking, and I do not feel threatened by them. I do feel threatened by the female that's walking on the opposite side of the street. I've assumed they are prostituting or drug users. I'm not sure because they're asking for money. I'm okay with the spirit being served, but with restriction and hours of operation. The community wants to sit down dining, and most businesses, I think, that will come into the community, they will want to serve spirits because that's what people want with their meals. And my other concern is that there would be a parking issue. There are 3 upcoming apartment buildings on 61st and Dix, and I believe 2 on 61st Street, in conjunction to the 3 apartment buildings that is being built now from 57th to 59th and Dick Street. Now, the applicant had mentioned in our meeting that there is a police officer on staff. And I wanted to know, will that police officer be in uniform and will be available during the time that the spirits are being served? We need to identify what type of spirits and the hours that spirit will be served. Now, I've heard today that the applicant has involvement in other communities, and we would like for the applicants to share what the involvement would be in our community. And let's see, share community. And also, trying to find my notes. We would love for the applicant to partner with our community in good faith and transparency. The community is not looking to deny anyone from pursuing entrepreneurial opportunities. However, those opportunities should be a benefit to our community. And I think that's not clear. One second. And we are also concerned about the daycare children and the safety for the parking. I think that ends my comments.
Do you have another question? You have another question, Mr. Holmes?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Ms. James, do you have a question for this witness?
Yes, I do. Ms. Williams, how are you today?
I'm great, thank you.
Good. So in listening to your questions that was asked and everything that you said, can you tell me when was the last time you observed these things with the people sitting on the sidewalk and all those, the things you
It
mentioned?
was about a month ago when I was going up Dick Street.
Okay.
I noticed on the left-hand side, there's a tree right there as you enter your establishment. There were a bunch of guys sitting right there on the sidewalk adjacent to your establishment. And they were minding their own business. I didn't feel threatened.
Yeah. Are you concerned about your safety when you up that way?
No, I wasn't.
You're not. So would you say
They just seem to be an outlet for them sitting there talking. Like I said, the only threat that I felt was with the female on the opposite side of the street.
okay? And you said that was about a month ago. Wish you
I think
could
it was
get
around June. Around June.
if you could get the date, I could pull video footage for you, but I really don't have that problem. Even if I took the camera outside right now, and I don't think you would.
Ms. James, I need you to ask the question, ma'am.
Okay. Yep, I'm sorry. Would you say that the community has gotten worse or better since Addie Loves have
Well,
been
I'm not gonna
established?
say because of Addie Love. In our community meetings, we have police involvement and we express our concern with what's going on in the neighborhood. So despite what you might be doing to help the community, our community, ANC, and the policemen are working together as well.
And how many blocks did you say that you lived from?
I live 58th and Dick Street.
58. So that would be about how many blocks?
1, 2, 3, probably about 3.
Oh, 3 blocks. Okay. You drive?
I do.
You do drive? Okay. And so when you do come down that way, do you see cars parked alongside of the sidewalks?
There are cars that are parked at Skip Liquor on his side and on the opposite side.
So there is parking.
Yeah, there is parking.
Okay.
Like I said, we have 3 upcoming developments at 61st and Dix and on 61st Street. And most of these units, most of the apartment buildings have 39 to 40 units. There could be limited parking.
Would you say that any of them had underground parking or parking?
They do not. We are confronting with the apartment buildings that are going up now at 57th and Dick Street, 58th and Dick Street, and 59th. There's no parking, there's no underground. One apartment building, I think they have like 6 parking underground. The other one I think have 9. That's it.
Okay. Now, would you agree that all of those buildings that you mentioned, would they be in walking distance to the restaurant?
Oh, yes.
Okay. All right. One other question. Have you tried Addie Loves Food?
I tried it when you first opened.
Okay. All right. Well, I have no more questions for you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions by the board members?
Question.
All right. Ms. Williams, thank you very much for your testimony. All right.
You're welcome.
Mr. Holmes, do you have any other witness?
Yes, I have Carol Washington.
Ms. Washington, can you turn your camera on, please?
I did, yes.
Ms.
Good
Washington.
afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ms. Washington. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Do.
Are you a witness, sir?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Washington. Can you please provide us details about the license request from the applicant and how this petition issuance would impact the Northeast Boundary community?
I had a few points, but as the Mr. Anderson said earlier that he didn't want to rehash the same thing, so I might need you to let me know that that has already been covered. Is that okay? Based on that, currently the establishment of Addie Loves is more of a carryout than it is a restaurant. And with the addition of selling alcohol, I can see that there may be an increased number of customers. And with the seating area being so small, that there may be an overflow of customers outside of the restaurant waiting to get entry or to be served. And I think that that would create a disruption of the neighborhood's, I'll say, peace and quiet. A third thing is that the selling of the alcoholic beverages from the hours of 7 a.m. until 11 p.m. seems to me that it would be an endangerment for the daycare center that's directly next door. It would be at a time, they would be serving alcohol at a time when parents are dropping off their kids, and at the same time in the evenings when they're picking them up. And we'll have, you have more people that may be driving under the influence of alcohol. That would be an addition to the neighborhood's, I'll say, tranquility. The fourth point is that with the sale of mixed drinks in the restaurant, I'm under the impression that the district recently passed a law where you can actually have your alcoholic drinks to go. Based on that, it sort of influences the same point I made earlier of having people under the influence of alcohol in the neighborhood. And I think that we might want to pay attention to the daycare that's next door, to the extent that our innocent children are oftentimes caught up in the repercussions of the decisions that are made by adults. And my final point is that in addition, is the addition of another liquor selling establishment conducive to the family well-being of our neighborhood? Thank you.
Do you have any other questions, Mr. Holmes?
No further questions. Thank you, Ms. Washington.
Ms. James, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do have a question. How you doing, Ms. Washington?
I'm good.
Good, good, good. Do you live near the restaurant?
Yes, I live at 58th and Dix, which
58th and
is,
Dix.
which is about
Yeah.
3-4 blocks from Eddie Love's.
Oh, wonderful. Also, have you seen recently, in the past 5 years since we've been established there, more or less prostitution, drug activity, and crime since Addie Love's has opened?
I can't adhere to the amount of drug activity or prostitution that might be in the vicinity of Eddie Love's. What I have seen when I've driven by is that the overflow of customers are sometimes outside of the restaurant and congregate there. I don't know if they're waiting for their order to be filled or if they're, I'm not going to use the word loitering, but I'm not sure why they're there. But I think the overspill of the customers waiting for their meals and the amount of space you have causes them to come out into the parking lot.
Would you say that people have a right to wait for their food? And did you see any seating out there?
Of course, they have a right to wait for their food, but this leads into the fact that you want to have a sit-down restaurant selling alcohol and you don't have the space, the square footage, to handle that kind of business or increase in
Okay.
business.
My next question is, do you know who owned the daycare center there?
I've been told that you own it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Another question. Did you protest the liquor license for the liquor store across the street from the restaurant?
Are you speaking of Skips?
Yes, ma'am.
Skips was up before I moved into the neighborhood.
I know, but they have a placard in the window as well, meaning they're
Okay,
trying
I
to.
don't frequent Skips, so I can't say what
Do
they
you
have in the
frequent Addie Love's?
I've been there maybe 4 times, but it has been more than 2 years ago.
Oh, so I was just wondering why you wouldn't protest against Skip's liquor store. I mean, because your neighbors can buy more liquor there than they can at the restaurant where they can have food and settle the alcohol down.
I'm not aware of a protest against Skip's liquor store.
No, there's a card. Did you protest against them renewing their
Ms. James, she said she was not aware, so let's move on.
Okay, you're right. Okay, have you seen the area? You said, I can't remember what you said, but do you see that or do you not see that the area has become better since we've had this sit-down establishment there?
Better. I'm not going to say that I've seen a change for the better or worse. The neighborhood still has areas where I'll say men and women congregate. And when they do congregate, they sort of disrupt the peace and tranquility of the neighborhood to me.
Okay, are you aware that any large crowd gatherings, the police can have the right to come and break that up?
I would only know that the police were called if I hear their sirens answering to something. I'm not one to walk the neighborhood. I'm not one that walks the neighborhood for safety reasons. If I'm doing something, I'm doing it in my car. I go in the front door and I come out the front door. And most times after 8 p.m. dark, I do not come outside of my home for reasons of safety.
Okay. Have you ever had to call the police or make a complaint?
I have never had to call the police.
And you said you were 4 blocks away. Have you ever heard any like noise disturbance from the restaurant?
No, I'm not that close enough to hear. I wouldn't hear any noise I'm too far away to hear.
Too far away? Okay. All right. And do you think that by having a sit-down restaurant where people can have a glass of wine or a drink with their meals, would that enhance the neighborhood or make it worse?
My honest opinion is that it would not enhance the neighborhood. I believe that it would make it worse.
So you think that the neighbors, the residents near Addie Love's would be better off driving to PG County or
I can't.
Minnesota Avenue
Hold on.
where there's no parking?
Okay, I'm gonna say this, Ms. James. I cannot testify to the customers that you have coming into your establishment. You're implying that they're walking in. For the parking lot to be full, for the streets adjacent to your restaurant to be full of cars, people have got to be driving there. They're not all walking to and they're not all from your neighborhood.
Yeah, majority of them like the lottery games and things at Skip's Liquor Store. But thank you. I have no further questions.
Any questions by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Good afternoon, Miss Carol Washington.
Yes.
How many years have you lived in the neighborhood?
17 years. I brought me home 17 years ago.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm Washingtonian and I live in Ward 7 also.
Okay,
I'd like to ask you a question. Well, this would predate you moving in 17 years ago, but when you moved there 17 years ago, wasn't there a lot of vacant businesses and houses in your neighborhood? More than they are now?
Say no.
You say no? Okay.
Say
Well,
no.
let me ask you this. If Addie's restaurant was not there and was boarded up and vacant, do you think that would be a blight to the neighborhood worse than it is with a restaurant with a thriving business and a daycare next door to it?
Mr. Short, I agree with that, but we're not, well, I'm not going to tell you what we're discussing, but we're not discussing taking her license away from her. Her establishment is going to be there whether she has this liquor license or not.
I understand. But would you say her business is now a credit to the neighborhood or a detriment to the neighborhood?
I'll say it's a credit to the neighborhood.
Based on what?
Based on the service that she's providing. It seems as if she's providing good food, healthy food for those members of the neighborhood that want to frequent or engage in her business, with her business.
Okay. Have you had a meal there?
Sure, I have. I said, I stated that I had eaten there. Maybe it's been 4 years, but I have eaten there more than once.
Would you recommend that I try it?
Sure, you should try it if you like oxtails. I'm just joking with you. Crab cake. The menu is good, but you should try it. Yes, you should.
Mr. Chairman's about to jump on me about, but I didn't answer that, I only asked the question, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Carol Washington, thank you very much. And I would just simply say this. We as a community, citywide, and one of my main goals as a board member has been that we support strong and vibrant communities. And we also support solid, reliable businesses. And together, that's going to bring Washington, D.C., all boats will rise. On our side of the town, the other side of the town, uptown and downtown. And I would think that we need to take all those things into consideration, especially after this hearing. Thank you very much for coming today and testifying. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have at this time.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any other questions by any other board members? No. Ms. James, do you have any question of the witness based on the question that was asked by Mr. Short?
No, I don't have any. Thank you.
Mr. Holmes, any redirect?
No, thank you.
Ms. Washington, thank you very much for your testimony today. You're free to go. And Mr. Holmes, you said you have one more witness, sir?
Yes, I do. My final witness is Ms. Joanne Lee, who is the Vice President of Northeast Boundary Civic Association.
I don't see. All right, Miss Williams, I need you to mute your line. I don't see Miss Joanne Lee. Is she here? Do we have Miss Lee here?
There's no Miss Lee in the waiting area.
Mr. Holmes, I don't see. There's no Miss Lee here.
Yes, I thought I saw her earlier, but no, I don't see Ms. Lee right now. All right. 1 second. I was seeing if she had sent me something. I don't believe she has. Well, I guess Ms. Lee is not able to make it for the hearing today.
All right, do you arrest, sir? Or do you plan to testify?
No.
Do you arrest now?
Yes, we rest our case.
The parties want to take a break and we prepare for closing, or what is are you want to do closing right now?
I can close right now.
I was asking, can we take a break? Been sitting here for about an hour and a half. Need to step away for a second.
All right, I'll take a 10-minute break. It's 5:33. We'll be back here. I'm sorry, we will be back here at 5:45.
Thank you.
We're off the record until 5:45.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Dr. Gaffney?
Ms. Washington, I think this is actually streamed on YouTube, so.
Excuse me.
We are back on the record. I'm waiting for Mr. Short and I'm waiting for Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Holmes is here.
Okay, thank you. Okay. All right. So now it's time for closing, and so the applicant goes first, the protestants go second, and your closing is to wrap up the case. And to be specific, what is it that in closing, I would like the applicant to wrap up the case and basically tell us what it is that they want specifically from the board. And for closing for the protestant, I need them to be specific. What is it that the protestant is asking from the board? I'll give you 4 minutes. Bless you. I'll give you 4 minutes to close. And so, go ahead, Ms. James.
I don't think I'll need quite 4 minutes, but first I'd like to thank the panel for taking this time to hear both sides. And I'd like to thank Mr. Holmes, the Northeast Civic Association, and I would like to retract something that I said to Mr. Grant, because I, in fact, would like to have a relationship with the Northeast Boundary Civic Association and with the ANC Commissioner. It's just a little difficult to establish that when you don't feel like you have people having your back in the community. And like I said, although Mrs. Gaffney does frequent the restaurant, I have not been extended an olive branch to partner with me or see what they can do to help, because that organization is way larger than what I have. And I'm sure that they could help me do a lot of greater things in the community, and that's what I love to do. So whenever an opportunity presents itself for us to dialogue on things in the neighborhood, I would be open to that. Secondly, I believe that my work in the community speaks for itself. And again, I love to build up and not break down. And you can see that by me having over 70 employees in that ward and Ward 8. This is what I love to do. And I think people, no matter how they're dressed, no matter how they smell, no matter what they look like, everyone deserves a fair chance, an opportunity to prove themselves. And I think I've done that. I've extended that to the community. And again, a lot of those guys have gotten off of drugs in the area because of just a simple conversation, just taking the time out to listen to them and not look down on the community. Um, it's just heartbreaking to see people that look like you take you through so many hoops and bounds, chains and ropes to jump over everything. It's just heartbreaking, because I know that other people coming to Washington, D.C., or just in our country, period, and they get a fair shot at everything. And I do mean everything. And for me, it's always been a challenge. And I'm not as young as I used to be, but I am still up for the challenge for the greater betterment of my community. And for you guys to offer help or see, how we could partner would have been a better approach than to just deny, deny, deny. I don't think that's fair. And I wouldn't want to see anyone else that looks like me go through that. It's been rough. I am a cancer survivor for 13 years now. And the first thing that my doctor said was, stay away from stress. But somehow it always comes to me. And I always overcome obstacles. So I'm praying that with my work speaking for itself and the things that I do in the community, not just with my customers or the neighbors or the seniors, because I've adopted also a senior building on East Capitol Street. So I do a lot. I have a lot to give. I have a lot to offer. And I think we would be stronger together than apart. And I don't see why you would not want to welcome something as good as this into our neighborhood. This is the first. There is enough space for people to sit down and eat. A lot of times people don't want to leave because they like the feel. They like how they feel. And it's always the way you make a person feel when they come into your establishment. They'll always remember that. And I just don't want to be held accountable for not treating someone in the way I would want someone to treat me. So, and that's why I do what I do in the neighborhood. And so I would like for the panel to grant me this opportunity to have an establishment where my customers can come in and just relax and have a conversation. And I promise, with everything that I love, that the neighborhood will continue to get better, not worse, because I love to build and not break down. So I'm asking you guys, I'm asking the panel that I be granted the opportunity to have a liquor license. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Holmes?
All right. Thank you, ABC Board, and thank you, Ms. James, and everyone for coming out today. But we want to just close it. The ANC 7C and Northeast Valley Civic Association, we also foster that work. We always try to work with all of our applicants that we have from ABCA, and try to come understand what the request is going to be so that we can move forward with that. And this process has been no different with Ms. James, the applicant, as it has been with every other business. And as we've done, we continue still want to work with the applicant. What we did after we had that meeting on, I believe it was the 24th with the board, made sure that we had a settlement agreement because, as Ms. James said, this is the first restaurant in 7C that's asking for liquor. So we went through and looked through previous settlement agreements. So it's not to make it cookie cutter or with the other ones, but to be very specific for her business, very light touch. And we submitted that document to her in advance to make sure that we would get things done before the deadline that Chairman Anderson put before us to have it done by that following Wednesday. We went through that process, and the applicant, we talked over the weekend, but finally, ultimately, the applicant did not want to go there, did not want to do the settlement agreement, and that's why we are at where we are now. But we've done this before Again, this is my 6th term as an ANC commissioner. I've seen a lot, and as such, we've done this before, even with zoning, and we always will try to come back and say, is it possible for us to work on some type of agreement that both parties can agree to, so that everybody is not confused and not saying there's a lack of transparency about everything that's going on about the project. So in closing, what we're saying is, like, outside of outright dismissal of the application, again, we, the ANC 7C, working with the Northeast Boundary, understand this restaurant was there before that. It'll be there after this judgment. But at this point, we would, if it's true what the applicant is saying, we would love to have another go around with this to see if we can come up with a settlement agreement that both parties can agree to, so we can move forward with this project and everything is transparent and no one is confused about what is going to happen next. Thank you.
There's no more opportunity. The parties were unable to settle this matter, so therefore the board will make a decision. The board will make a decision, but if the parties provide if the parties provide the board a settlement agreement tomorrow, then okay, maybe the board will not make a decision. But basically, that's basically where we are currently. So since the parties were unable, the board will make a decision. The record is now closed, and the board will issue, because this is a new license. The board has to issue its decision within 75 days of the. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, the board will issue its decision within 75 days of the app from the. We have to issue a decision within 75 days. So therefore, from the period that we started. Anyway, so let me now close the record. All right. As I'm sorry, 60 days. The board has 60 days to issue its decision. All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 24 PRO 00063, Addis Love Soul Food Restaurant, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 24 PRO 00063, Addis Love Soul Food Restaurant, for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, a second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. I would like to thank everyone for their presentation today. The board, unfortunately, the parties were unable to settle this matter, but the board will make a decision. We will listen to the testimonies that were on both sides, and we make a decision. I want to thank everyone who took the time to participate in the hearing today. The board appreciates community involvement, and it shows that the community is involved in what's going on there, and we will make a decision that we believe is in the best interest of the residents, the businesses and residents of the District of Columbia. Okay, thank you very much. This matter is submitted for us to make a decision. We'll issue a decision within 60 days. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. Take care.
All right, bye-bye. All right, I'm going to ask all the board members to return to executive session. We're not closing the record currently, so I need the court reporter to stay on. So the board is going to log off and go into executive session. and then we will come back. We will come back to the public hearing to close the record. Ladies, goodbye. Have a great day. All right. We're back on the record. Prior to closing the record, I need to do another agenda item. And the agenda item, we have a legal agenda supplemental. The first matter on the legal agenda supplemental, it's review respondent's motion to lift suspension of license dated August 7th, 2024, in case number 24-251-00030. Boo Holes Restaurant, license number 115711. I make a motion that we approve this request to lift the suspension. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, hold on a minute. Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes for. Hold on a minute. The matter passed 3-0. I was just trying to make sure that the court reporter was still. Was still. All right, so the matter passes 3-0. And so with that said, the board has concluded its business for the day, and so let me now close the record for the day. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on August 14th for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda, for August 14th, as published in DC Registry on August 9th. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, a second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. I will take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that has been seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar on ABCA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We are now adjourned for the day. I would like to thank all members of the public who participated in our hearings today, and I also want to thank all the board members who participated in our hearings today. I now direct all board members to return to executive session for further action. Good night. Thank you, or good evening. All right.